So the windows are open back here too, guys.
Thank you.
I'm trying to keep as much airflow.
Did we not have those little squares before? They were just solid double panel.
Yeah, yeah, they look nice.
Yeah, but the question is, can you fit through them, because that's my escape route.
I know, right?
Egress?
No.
It's not legal egress.
When the shooter comes in, I'm not going that way. I already explained this to the sheriff once before. I did a couple of test runs, on how long it takes me to get out the window.
How about the fire?
Fire, you go out of unless the fire is open.
I'm taking a chair in front of the window. That's what I'm doing.
Hello.
Hello.
So yeah, James, that's the
hot seat.
yeah, hot seat. So at this point, I will turn over to the board chair, and then, as I mentioned, we'll have some questions for you, and you'll have a chance to ask them questions later. All right.
Okay, James, thank you so much for your interest in our county administrator job.
Well, thank
It
you
was a
for
long-
the chance to talk about
A long trip for you, I'm sure.
it. A beautiful drive off the coast.
Okay, great, okay, good. Yes, it's a beautiful fall day, yesterday, today, I guess. Well, we know it's a very important position, and we really appreciate someone with your background to have an interest in us, and continue to have that. We're a very unique county, like any county, but we think we're more unique than we are in some ways. But we think we have a lot of great things going on, and it's a great community. With that, we'll do our introductions here, and I'll just turn to my person on the right, Jenny Storley. She can introduce herself. I happen to be chair, as you know, and I represent District 2, which is about starting here and going east in Grand Marais out to a river just outside of town.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Would you like to be called James?
You said-
I'm Ginny Storley, or Virginia when I'm in this room.
Okay,
And I represent Woodson, Tofty, and Shore. That's the district.
I'll just call you Commissioner.
Okay. And then I'm only commissioner that has townships.
Okay.
So those 3 towns, I also have townships, which
Gotcha.
there's one tonight. We'll see if I make it.
And I'm Dave Mills, and I'm commissioner for District 3, and that's the west side of Grand Marais over the Cascade River. And so District 2 and 3 are kind of the more densely populated districts. Pretty new commissioners is finishing up the second year. 4. And, but been doing a lot of interviews, so happy to be part of this one too. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Heidi Duker from District 4, which is up the Gunflat Trail, is what most people associate it with.
Just to meet you.
Okay, we're going to ask you questions, and I'll start with the first one, and you're just going to go down the line, and I know you have an opportunity to ask us questions afterwards, and there may be some follow-up questions, I'm sure that was explained to you. We'll start with number 1. Please tell us what interests you about this position, and highlight key qualifications that make you the best person for this job.
That's easy.
Good.
So what interests me in this position, I was telling the department directors this morning, for the last few months I've been looking for a job in city or county administration. My background's in local government. I've worked in local government for 20 years. And my last position with Johnson County was a deputy director of health and environment. In that role, I did a lot of leadership work, including leadership training of our staff. I went to the University of Virginia for a week and took their executive leadership training, and really developed an opportunity, I think, for the educational aspect of it. In particular, driving high performance through staff enrichment. And so I've been looking for an administrator position where I can bring my philosophy of leadership and high performance to an organization like the county. When I was first looking for these types of positions, I saw the Cook County announcement on the ICMA website, and I thought, well, that's an interesting place. It's a beautiful part of the country. I know that, but I don't really know much else. And so I started doing some research about this place, and started just really falling in love with the idea of being part of this community. It's such an amazing part of the country. The fact that we have 91% of your area that is federally or state or tribally controlled is unique, like you said, more unique than other counties. And I'm an outdoorsman. My background's in environmental policy. I grew up in southern Michigan and spent a lot of my summers up north, as you say in Michigan, going up to the lakes and rivers and fishing and boating. And so this place feels very familiar to me. And so when I started exploring the opportunity and researching kind of, there's so many things about this place that are unique. And so many things about the organization, county government, that are unique. And I just found myself really compelled by this place, by the organization. They have a great website for a jurisdiction this size. It's an amazing website. And so I just started really feeling compelled to pursue this, and have spent a lot of time researching the county's website, looking at the WTIP website, reading the county newspaper, which I subscribed, and just trying to learn everything I could about this place. And the more I learned, the more I fell in love. So that's kind of why I'm interested in this position. In terms of my experience, I have worked about 10 years for county government. Counties are not like other local units of government. They have really a unique role in terms of how they have to coordinate and collaborate with other entities. And that's something that I have a lot of experience with, both in terms of my tenure with Johnson County and also with my tenure with Mid-America Regional Council, which is a bi-state council of governments. And so you want to talk about coordination and collaboration. It's a bi-state area, so there are 2 states, 9 counties, 119 cities. And my job was an air quality planner, so I had to bring people to the table to come to consensus on regional air quality policies, which in the metro area of 2 million people is not easy to do, because there's a lot of difference of opinion about how to go about achieving federal air quality standards. So I've worked with industry groups, local governments, state agencies, both environmental and transportation, worked with federal agencies, including Federal Highway, US EPA. I've done a lot of convening, a lot of collaborating, and a lot of facilitation to bring people to consensus on really difficult issues. And I think in this role, that experience is invaluable.
I was reviewing your little video before, and was wondering in terms of how you would, you used the word micromanage people, but another way of putting it would be to describe your supervisory and management skills.
And again, as I told the directors this morning, I don't believe you achieve the results by looking over people's shoulder. I think the best work and highest performance happens when there's a high level of trust within an organization, when people understand their roles, when people have expertise, and all your department directors have expertise that I don't have. I know that. And so my role is not to look over their shoulders. It's not to know everything that they're doing. It's to create a climate, an environment in which they can do the work successfully and at the highest level. And I believe that happens when you roll onto the ranks very loosely. It's not to say I believe I should be uninvolved. Quite the contrary. I want to know what's happening in the departments, and I would certainly do that through regular meetings with the directors. And in talking to staff, they're the ones who, frontline workers are really the ones who know the most about what's happening in the programs. And so that kind of communication would be very important. But I do believe in giving people the opportunity to lead, not just the department directors, but really people at all levels of the organization, to lead within their positions and come up with ideas, to be innovative, to feel like they can suggest different ways of doing things. I think that's really important, because if you don't have an environment where people can offer those kinds of suggestions, you're not going to innovate, you're not going to improve, you're not going to improve the quality of your services. And so that would be really important to me. So I see my role as being supportive of the department directors, the program managers, the frontline staff, to be well informed about what's happening in the departments, but not to try to control every little thing that's happening there.
Question number 3, please describe how you respond to criticism.
I love criticism. I actually, you know what, if it's offered in a constructive way, I have no problem with criticism. And in fact, I really rely on people around me to tell me and come off the mark. And that's something over 20 years of marriage, I've become really expert in taking criticism and learning from it. And I wouldn't be the person I am if I didn't have that kind of sounding board. So I value the willingness of people around me to tell me if I could be doing something better. And I would rely on all of you, I would rely on the department directors and all the staff to be honest enough and comfortable enough with me to provide that kind of feedback. I can't grow if you can't accept criticism.
And I guess follow up with that.
Yeah.
What if it is less than constructive?
Well, so then I think there's a conversation to be had about kind of what our organizational values are and how we treat each other. Respect is so important, and that I mean that at all levels of this organization, among and between electeds, between electeds and staff. We have to treat each other with respect, because if we don't, we are letting down the public. Fundamentally, we are letting down the public. And so respect and professionalism is paramount. And so if I receive criticism that is less than professional, I would have a conversation with that person, whether it's a staff person or one of you, about what are we doing here? And does this reflect our organizational values? And that's the other thing. I think we need to be very explicit about what our organizational values are. And I know that you already have some of those. I was hoping to get into that discussion with staff a little bit this morning, but some time. But being real clear about who we are and how we do business is really, really important. If there's communication happening, again, at any level that is not respectful and professional, that's a problem. And we owe it to the people we serve to treat each other with respect so that we can operate at a high level.
Can you go to market with me? Yeah. First day question, who likes conflict? I was the only one that raised my hand. Because I see it as an opportunity to learn from each other. Got that, don't you? All right. Cook County Administrator is a key position in the county. What steps should the County Administrator's Office take to promote the county and increase our visibility?
I think relationships are so important, and there's so many entities within the county with whom the county has to have relationships. Visit Cook County, the Chamber of Commerce, the EDA, Women's Board on AIMSET, the tribe, state and federal agencies, and the townships. I mean, there's so many different entities that we have to work with and collaborate with. And so, out of the gate, my first goals would be to begin building those relationships. And in fact, I started doing that, I think, a short time ago. And so, yeah, we have to work together. And I think that goes back to what I mentioned earlier, in the unique role that counties have in collaborating with other entities. If you're a city, it's possible, if you want to isolate yourself, you can kind of do that. At the county level, you have to collaborate or die, really. I mean, that's the nature of our role, working with states, working with all the groups within the county. We have to be collaborative. And that is a big part. And I think that culture already exists here from what I've seen. I would certainly want to preserve that and enhance it if I could. Because we have to work with all these different groups. And we're not going to be effective serving the community if we cannot do that.
James, describe how you believe the relationship between the county administrator and board should function.
Well, I've already talked about trust and respect, and I would offer that our relationship, if I'm selected to be the administrator, our relationship has to be characterized by frequent and open communication and trust and respect. We don't have to agree on everything, and frequently we won't, but we have to treat each other with respect and openness. I think if we can do that, we're going to have a productive working relationship, and we're going to be able to serve this community at the level that it deserves. I don't know if that was enough.
Yeah, I was fine with that.
Okay.
Along with your ideas about trust and communication, how would you create a work environment where people really want to come to work?
That's a great question. I did discuss that with staff this morning. So staff engagement is really important. Again, if staff are not engaged, and I saw this actually in my last position at Johnson County, where we had about 3,800 employees. We had about 36 departments, large organization. And across the organization, there were departments that were just getting it spot on in terms of engagement, and other departments that were not. And you can tell when it's not happening. When staff are not engaged, they're not doing their jobs at a high level. And that, there are costs to that, costs to the organization and to residents especially. At the end of the day, our number one priority as a team, you as electeds, we as staff, are to serve the community. And we can only do that if everybody's engaged, if everybody understands the importance of their role in relation to the larger whole. And so to that end, I would focus a lot on staff engagement. You can see that in my 3069 plan. Convening a staff advisory committee on engagement to both to open a channel of communication and also to understand what's happening at ground level, so that if there are areas where people are not feeling engaged, that we can identify that and talk about it and figure out why that's happening and what we need to improve it. I'm a big believer in quality improvement and continual improvement, and I think that has to happen regardless of the kind of organization you are. And so that kind of engagement of staff would be very important. And then also staff development. If staff know that you are investing in them, that you want them to develop new expertise so that they can do their jobs more effectively, that says a lot about the value and the importance of the work that they're doing. And so I think, I know you probably do that already to some extent. I'm not sure how much, but I think that's a really worthwhile investment for an organization to make, because it just builds capacity and it improves the level of service we can provide.
Please describe your involvement in the budgeting and financial process of your organization, as well as your experience with long-range financial planning.
Sure. So as Deputy Director of Health and Environment, I oversaw 3 divisions, one of which was business operations. And so in that capacity, I had to help set and monitor the budgets for the entire department, which had an annual budget of $15.5 million. It was actually not a very straightforward process, because we had 6 different divisions within the department, each of which had its own unique funding structure. So some divisions were more grant funded, like our clinic services was heavily reliant on federal and state grants. Some of our other divisions, like the 2 regulatory divisions that I oversaw, which were environmental and child care licensing, we had a mix of fee-for-service revenue, general fund, and then also grants. And so overall, the department had 16 active grants at any one time. So there was a lot of monitoring that to make sure that those funding sources were stable. Frequently they were not. Frequently grants were, being threatened with cuts. And so we did have to look ahead and become innovative about developing new funding streams. We were really successful in doing that in the environmental department. We had some staff who were just really creative and coming up with new ideas for developing funding streams. In other areas, it was more difficult. In child care licensing, for example, we hadn't raised fees in almost 10 years when I got there. And so we had to start that process, and it wasn't popular, but it was overdue. And so, just making sure that people are looking out ahead, so that if you have any funding sources that are in jeopardy, that you're prepared for that. And again, communication with the division directors was so important, having regular meetings with them to understand how current levels of resources were enabling or not enabling work to get done was a big part of that process. And so, that was a big part of the last job that I had at Johnson County.
What's the most creative thing you did in your current or last job?
The most creative thing. I think, I don't know if it's creative, but really giving people the opportunity, building an understanding within our staff that we have a culture of trying new things and that it's okay to make mistakes. One thing that I did, again, not really creative, but in terms of achieving that goal, was to really have a clear policy so that anyone could come and talk to me at any given time. And that was kind of different from what people. So the environmental department and the public health department merged right before I took the positions that were in fact my position as a new one. And in public health, there wasn't really a culture of, it was very hierarchical, I'll say that. And so creating an environment where people were less concerned about, and I don't want to suggest that following the chain of command is not important, but creating an environment in which people felt open to offering ideas and suggestions for improvement was something that I really tried to bring into the department. And that kind of went along with our high performance organization initiative. Just giving people the room to speak is really important. And that was something that I think I helped push forward. And that's why I think it's so important here. And that may be part of the culture already, but the people who are doing the work every day, they know the most about the job. They know the most about what makes the job difficult. And so creating an environment where people can provide that kind of honest feedback is really important.
James, describe a time when you made a mistake at work. How did you deal with the situation, and what was the outcome?
Sure. So, I guess, there have been times where, first of all, I think it's really important that when something comes up that requires the attention of department leadership and the electeds, it's really important that they get that information before they're caught off guard by it. And I've always prided myself on knowing what to bring to the attention of the department director and the electeds and what they don't really bother with. I mean, it's a balancing act, right? And there's room for judgment there. I mean, sometimes things are sort of in a gray area where, maybe the department director should know about it, but it's not super critical. But you have to look ahead and anticipate when something that maybe is not critical now might evolve into something that is. And so there have been times where I have misjudged the importance of something and didn't bring it to the attention of people above me when I should have. It's not something that's happened recently, and each time that did happen, it's a learning experience. I would err on the side, as far as my relationship with you all is concerned, I would err on the side of, at least initially, making sure that if there's something happening at the organizational level that could rise to your radar screens, that you know about it from me first. I think that's really important. And so that's just something that's kind of a process of learning, right? And again, it takes judgment. I feel like over the course of my career, I've really developed a good sense of what issues need to be brought to the attention of leadership, and what issues are just going to clutter inboxes.
So whether we're an elected official or a particular head of a department or an administrator, there's always trust that has to be part of the program. Trust is not given, but trust is earned.
Yes.
So how would you go about having a trustful and with the board and staff?
Okay. I'm going to push back on something you just said. So trust can be earned, but I think there's a lot of value in giving trust as a starting place. Yes, you can't, trust is earned over time, but you have to extend trust to begin building trust. And I would much rather, and you can call me Pollyanna, but I would much rather start from a place where I'm offering trust to people and trusting them until there's a reason not to. I think that's a much more productive way of building good working relationships, good personal relationships, professional relationships. And so, and again, it goes back to communication and transparency. Being upfront with people, leading by example is really important. And so, in terms of coming into this position and beginning to build the relationships that I would need to be effective in serving you in this community, I would start from the place of offering people trust, and being open and transparent and communicating a lot, and kind of building a relationship from there. And I'm confident that if that's the way you approach things, you're going to develop really sound relationships.
What is essential for a team to be successful?
Trust. I hate to beat the dead horse, but trust is important. Mutual respect. And again, that goes back to clearly defined organizational values, right? If we say trust, respect, and communication are important to us, I would also offer a sense of humor, right? A willingness not to take ourselves too seriously, to be able to laugh, again, in ways that are respectful, not demeaning. Those organizational values are touchstones. And if you are explicit about what those values are, then building a successful team, a productive team, naturally follows.
Describe the efforts you would take to enhance the economic development of the county.
So I think that the best way to do that, and I haven't said explicitly, but I'll say now, the first 3 months that I spent here, I would be listening much more than I would be speaking, listening to all the stakeholders who are part of the county, including Visit Cook County, the Chamber, the EDA. I know that there are opposing viewpoints about what Cook County needs in terms of development. And I read the land use plan, which has a vision for Cook County of being a place where the economy is vibrant enough to support people who live here. And in some ways, it's falling short right now. And so, listening to those stakeholders and understanding what their positions are, and also listening to people in the community. I mean, it's not just organizations that have an opinion about these issues or a stake in them. It's everybody who lives here. And so creating opportunities where we can get residents feedback. And I know that's always a challenging issue with people working, not having time to come to meetings. But there are different ways to do that by attending public events once this pandemic is over. And so engaging with people, listening to people, is really the approach I would take, Commissioner, to understanding what direction the community needs to take to make sure that we have a county economy that serves everybody in the best possible way.
Describe your experience working together with other units of government, including tribal governments, to develop service partnerships.
So, I think I mentioned that at the beginning of my professional career, I spent 10 years working for regional council of governments and coordinating and collaborating with other entities, both city and county governments, private sector, not-for-profits, health, environmental groups. That's all I did. That is all I did. And I had to learn to do it well to be successful in my job as the program manager. And so that kind of approach to work and problem solving is second nature to me. It's what I fall back on. And I think especially, as I said, at the county level, where we have to be collaborative more so than other local units of government, that's something that I would apply here. And it comes very naturally to me, talking to people and engaging them and making sure. So part of it, a big part of it, is that many people do not understand what county government does. And this was especially true in the county of 600,000 people, but I'm sure it's true here too. I mean, people don't have time to watch commission meetings. They're not following everything we do. So communicating what county government does and how it benefits people is something very important for the job.
This would go along with your two previous answers about being involved in the community, where, as you know, we're a small county, a little over 5,000. I'm hoping with the census will be a little bit more, because it really depends on, our government input and based on our census and numbers of people here. We're also a community of a lot of retired people.
Right.
And so how would you involve yourself with the spectrum of retirement and young families and all the folks in between?
So I noticed that the hub is right next to Best Western, where we're staying, and engaging with entities like that provide services to seniors in this community would be really important. That is a big part of your constituency, obviously. And so making sure that those people have a voice in our processes, that they feel like they have a connection with county government, that they understand what we do, and that they understand the value of the work. So coordinating with agencies that provide those services, and then also being present in the community at events for that audience would be another opportunity to engage them in our work and understanding what we do.
Please describe a situation that you feel demonstrates your integrity and ethical standards.
Sure. I have always prided myself on maintaining a very high level of ethics in my work. And I think I don't know if Gary has called my references yet, but I always act in a transparent and open way. Again, communicating openly and letting people know that we follow through on commitments I make is very important. If you talk to my professional references, they will attest to my manner of working, and it is very open and very transparent. And I think your reputation is kind of what is the best evidence of that. And I have lots of references who will speak to that. Thank you.
Please describe additional priorities you see for the county.
Additional priorities. Well, I can't think of any that you all haven't already identified. I do know that housing is a big issue in this community, both in terms of availability and affordability. I know that many households are cost burdened when it comes to housing. And I know that for the importance of tourism to Cook County's economy, you have to have available and affordable housing to support that industry. And if you don't, the economic engine of the county starts to sputter. And so that obviously would be a focus. And I know that you all in the city are already working on that. I would anticipate being a key player in those discussions. Also, the payments in lieu of taxes is a big deal. I know that's worth over $3 million a year to the county. And I know that the last federal extension is for 2 years, that they held it at the existing level of $2.25 million. And we made the case for increasing that, and so monitoring that and making sure that source of revenue is preserved, as well as the state payments in lieu of taxes will be very important. Short term, obviously COVID and public health is really important. I understand that this community has been very proactive in addressing that in a way that both protects public health and also protects the local economy. And what I've heard about that has been really commendable. And I think we need to keep our eye on that all, obviously. We will come out of this pandemic at some point, but it's not going to happen overnight. And so being vigilant about that and making sure that we are following best practices to keep this community healthy, both from a public health and an economic health standpoint, will be very important. So those three issues, and then really preserving the wonderful character of this community, and that gets back to economic development again. How do we grow in a way that preserves the great things about Cook County and Grand Prairie and the townships that we have currently, but also makes the economy something that better serves the community. That issue is not going away, and again, I know there's been work done on that already, but it's something that we have to keep monitoring and making sure that we're moving forward for our goals.
Thank you.
I'm sure you've been asked this many times in your career, so here it comes. Why should the Cook County Board select you as our next county administrator?
Wonderful, good looking. Well, I have a really unique portfolio of experience that I think really fits in well with this position. And I don't want to sound self-congratulatory, but again, I've spent my entire professional career either in the public sector or working on programs that benefit the community. And public service is vitally important to me. It's at the core of who I am. And so why you should hire me, Chairman, is I'm a collaborator, I'm a convener, I'm a great listener, and I'm still building consensus. And that's something that takes practice, right? You don't just walk into a room of people who have different opinions on an issue and someone just arrive at a conclusion. There's negotiation that has to happen, there's listening that has to happen, and it has to happen in an environment of respect and trust. And I feel very well equipped to coordinate processes and lead this organization in a way that achieves high performance, that ensures that people are heard, that they have a voice in public processes, and that they value the work that we do for the community. I'm also, I believe, from a candidate with county experience, and again, getting to the unique role that counties have in terms of local government. Not only was I deputy director of health and environment, but I was also the county's first sustainability program director. And in that role, I was in the facilities department, but I actually worked with all 36 departments and agencies. I was a resource for the entire organization. And so I got to see what every department does. Literally, I got to visit with them, I got to talk about their issues. And so I knew how county government works. I had a new perspective and sense of its value. And so I knew that I could come in and just, out of the gate, start doing the job from day one. Obviously, there would be a lot to learn. don't think that I don't understand that. There's a lot that I have to learn. But as my 3690 indicates, I have a plan for gathering the information that I need to be effective in this role. I know that AMC has a course for new administrators. I can certainly take advantage of that resource. And again, just listening to folks in the community. Anybody who wants to tell me something, I'm willing to listen. I can't do this job if I'm not trying to learn from everybody around me, and I'm willing to do that.
Okay, so, do you have any questions for us?
I certainly do.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can do.
So-
I certainly might need a lot of help, so don't just ask me.
Okay, well, these questions will be for all of you.
Sure.
So, what are you most looking for? I know that the announcement had a number of qualities that you were seeking in the administrator. But, in the near term, for example, which of those qualities is going to be most important?
Okay, well, I think we'll just go round robin on this, if that's all right.
Sure.
Use that terminology. Well, to me, this is a very important position, in all important positions. Need to really operate what I like to term as participative in management issues. And so that they don't tell people what to do necessarily, but they participate in the process. And trust is a main issue with that, and respect. And I think honesty is very important as well. Openness, I think it would be called. So from my point of view, that solves a whole lot of problems. It really does. And it's the dynamics of the job. It's not an office, it's not a bureaucracy unto itself. I guess that best summarizes where I am now. Highly interactive, open, accepting. Jan?
Well, we often have things that just keep going and going, and I'm looking for someone who will be persistent in following through with what we want as the end game on that. And at the same time, though, flexibility, I feel, is an important adjective to add to one's schedule. So those are my 2 words.
Those are very, very close to mine, actually,
Okay.
as well. I'd say a steady hand and yet dynamic. Someone who can look far ahead into the future and try to stay the course, but also have the flexibility to rock a little bit if necessary. And then a team builder, for sure.
Under administrative goals and priorities, the top one obviously assists the board in continuing to define their strategic vision. We've only started on that. Clarification of roles. We've been trying to create a board policy, and it's taken years and we're not done yet. So, I think that needs to be done as you look into the research of our history. Having administrative government is very new to us. And we've struggled, and so I think that the board and the staff still need help understanding the definition of roles.
The roles of the electeds and the staff, or in how?
And the staff and the community and how we interact with the community. I mean, that's just as important, you brought up many times, building relationships, and so we can't make decisions without the input. And that input comes from many, many different sources.
Do you all have a sense that the community is fairly engaged in what county government does, or is that?
Some are incredibly engaged, and some.
They're always those.
Not at all.
I know exactly what you're speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have our share of watchdogs.
Yeah.
that's for sure.
Sounds very familiar.
And a lot of people listen to the scanners here and everything, so it's, I think, unique about the culture, I think, a little bit, but
I had someone ask me why is it like this in Cook County?
Mhm.
You have a large population over 55, a large population with more than a 4-year degree
Mhm.
in a small community. So you have lots of highly educated people with lots of time on their hands.
Mhm.
So we seem to be their focus.
Yeah. It's also potentially a huge resource for the community.
Oh,
Right.
well, it's definitely because they, with that educational background and what they bring to the community is huge. Yeah.
And so channeling that energy is the challenge. right?
Well, and it's been a problem, you know, when I was elected, I had citizens who told me that they would contact certain commissioners and whatever organization or person was the last one to talk to them before they walked in this room was how they made their vote.
Mhm.
We can't be making decisions that way.
I think that speaks to a lot of our community success as well as just the number of not-for-profits, a lot of volunteers that are in our community working for those organizations. To have the radio station that we do, to have the Blue Co-op that we do, just to have an active retired population, a huge resource.
Yeah.
And our staff is taxpayers and our population,
Mhm.
you know. I've been scolded for my relationship that I have with staff, so that's not good. Just my opinion, I could be wrong.
anything else?
Do you have a sense of the timeline for making a decision on this position?
Well, my understanding is that we'll have a discussion after this meeting today. And as a result of that, that will sort of give us a little bit better idea of how this is going to proceed. I won't know, at least myself, until I get there. But it could be from a unanimous kind of agreement to actually having discussions soon. And more than likely that could happen anyway with 4 candidates. But that's a process that we'll go through, but it could go very fast, it could get a little delayed. And I guess we just don't know that.
Sure.
But I think we'd like to move as expeditiously as we could, but I understand that for someone like you live someplace else. But if we could select a person, then there'll be a process in which we start that negotiations of the contract and so forth as soon as possible.
Are there any other big issues confronting the county and Raymore that we haven't talked about? We've talked about housing, development, community engagement, any other kind of avenue of relationship with Grand Portage is very important. Any other big issues that we haven't hit on yet?
The relationship with Grand Portage is huge, but we are working to define that a little better, I think is what we're kind of doing with the murder of George Floyd here in Minnesota and some different things going on. And having our former commissioner, Michelle, let us know as he left how he felt and how he was treated. And so my personal hope would be that we do a little better in that area. And how people are treated based on their last name and heritage is not very good here in Cook County.
Just to follow up with Commissioner Dukert there, as of last night, we have a group, a work group from what we call the Joint Powers Group of entities, which is the city, the school district, hospital, county. And the EDA is currently involved in that. And one of the things, Grand Portage, excuse me, yes, thank you. And there was a group of us that met last night to talk about how we could deal with racial inequity issues. as something that's going on all over, but also how we can do that here. And that was a big one. And then the other issue was land acknowledgement, and that relates to Grand Portage. And so we tentatively decided with this work group that we would work on a land acknowledgement process.
So about 5 minutes left.
Okay, good. And so I don't know if that's going to be a big issue or not, but I think it's going to deal with some of the issues that we really need to, I think, in our community. I mean, there's the locals against the others, which is always in community, but the really true people that we should acknowledge here are the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe. This land is all belong to them. So I think that's going to have some more effort. Will there be a backlash to that? I don't know. Which, I don't know.
They were the first people, right? And then there's also like the locals versus transplants, kind of.
I'm either.
What would you say? Is that like a resentment or a sensitivity, or that kind of vibe underlying oftentimes? It's not in front of, it's not on my radar so much, but it's
You mean the Norwegians and the Swedes?
Yeah.
something like that.
Somebody the other day said, yeah, isn't that an ethnic group, like the Norwegians or something? And I was like, wow, I've never heard the Norwegians called an ethnic group. And it goes both ways on what Dave's talking about. There's a group that'll say the locals get everything, and then there's a group of locals who'll say the new people get everything they want. And so it's kind of a struggle on both ends and where you fit.
So there's that cultural kind of thing, but as far as, but then there's always the housing and those kind of stuff. There's always a hot topic as well. Not always, but often.
Usually.
Yes.
It's usually
And
us.
so there's, the jail needs or
Facilities.
or border route or.
Facilities is a big one too, that should be on your radar for us, because the building committee is a new committee amongst the county that was developed, because the county has so many buildings that need to be maintained. And there is some feeling that certain buildings in certain parts of the neighborhood don't get attention. And so.
You mentioned equity. When you asked me about creativity, I failed to mention that I did take the initiative to start a health equity council in the Department of Health and Environment when I was in that. Because I attended a conference, a national conference, which equity was the focus, and I realized in Johnson County, which is predominantly suburban and predominantly white, that we had really not kept our eyes on that ball. And so I did be in the process of forming an internal council. At the same time, started convening external stakeholders to talk about data needs, to understand what was happening in the community in terms of health equity. We knew there were disparities, but there weren't always data available to characterize those. And so we began to bring together partners to collect the data and begin assessing what was actually happening in the community with the intent of making sure that our services were optimizing our ability to address inequities. And, this community obviously is very diverse. Regions and Swedes, more diverse than we need. So making sure, and I don't need to make light of that issue, is super important. And so, working to try and making sure that those considerations are front of mind is really important.
Are you a Chiefs fan?
Can I not be a Chiefs fan? You Patrick Mahomes, come on.
Tonight.
We're on tonight, that's right.
Okay, we need to wind down, so thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I just
want to
safe
say,
travels back.
I just want to say in closing, I was telling the group this morning, when I started looking for this job, I was looking for a job, and as I learned more about it, I realized I was looking for this job. And so I would love to be this administrator, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, you can go ahead and take a little break. Audio and video will keep running as we talked about. So.
Well, have a great day. Thanks.
Thank you.
You too.
Okay.
Making me nervous over there with your sanitizing gloves and all. Dave, are you praying?
No.
I totally
Did I tell
interrupted you.
Did I tell you this that I heard recently? Is praying is asking, and meditating is listening.
Hmm.
Interesting differentiation.
Yeah. I'd say both are very important.
Wednesday the 20th. And then I think the next week is the 30th with LELS. So I'll make sure you got both of those. And then you made a comment about the 17th, NMC. You are completely booked. You want a meeting. I'm wondering if we should ask to change that date so that you don't feel so rushed.
Well, I could still do it, but
Sure.
you know, just even though we're running super distinct. For example, okay.
Did you?
Really getting sick. Yeah. As yours is too.
Well, I can help manage that. So please let me know.
As I did with the 2 days.
Yep.
Delegated.
Yeah.
Or either like to set up for, I don't know. First or last one, maybe that research.
I pay some attention to it, so although I always phone this ring.
Yeah. But, it just seemed to fit where I'm at. So far, anyway.
Nobody passed out, that's a good sign.
Yeah, no, he's, that's a good way to start.
Good. Well, our next candidate is here, so whenever you're ready, I can bring you in.
Okay, yeah. Is everyone ready?
Sure, I think so.
Okay, sounds good. I'll bring that.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
How's everyone today?
So this is Scott Kelly. He and I have talked about masks again, so he's probably going to take his off during the interview here. So, all right.
Okay.
We'll over to the chair.
Yes, okay, Scott, well, welcome. Good afternoon to you too. And I'm Myron Bershine. I serve as board chair this year, and I represent District 2. And we'll just go and introduce you to each of us, who we represent, sort of where it's in the county. Starting at this street going east, just out of town, I represent that area. So it's sort of downtown and that, so. But thanks so much for your interest, and you have a very impressive background in the law and so forth, so we really appreciate you being able to come up here and take an interest in us. We think we're very unique, and I think we are in many ways, and like any place else that's unique. But so with that, I'll turn it over to Jenny. Right.
Hi, Scott.
Hello.
I'm Jenny Storley, and I represent the West End. So you came through Sugar, Tofty, and Lucid.
Yes.
And that's my district.
Pleasure to meet you.
I'm Dave Mills, Commissioner for District 3, that's the west side of Grand Marais, heading over the Cascade River. Fairly new, it's now second year of the 4-year term. Nice to meet you.
Hello, I'm Commissioner Dukert. I have mostly lived down Flint Trail area, and this is the end of my second term.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Okay, we're going to just go back and forth through the questions, and then at the end, you'll have an opportunity to ask us questions. So we reserve it for that time. We appreciate that. But there may be some follow-up questions to the specific question that you trying to. So I'll start it off. Please tell us what interests you about this position and highlight key qualifications that make you the best person for this job.
Well, I think I'm interested in this position because I think it's a really good fit for my personal and my professional interests. Service or public service is something that I think always in the back of my mind or in my head when I was growing up, thought it was something that was important. And I think the choice of the schoolings that I attended, as well as the programs, the courses that I took, kind of cemented that. From undergrad to law school, working within the courts, to my first job outside of graduating law school and serving some time as a judicial law clerk, I worked for this organization called the League of Minnesota Cities. Membership-based organization that provides counsel. It also insures almost all the cities in the state, and based on the size of the community, the level of assistance we provided could be fairly non-existent. For this community like Lakeville or something like that with a really beefy internal staff, to smaller communities where they would really call us for everything, anything and everything. And I enjoyed it. I tried to take advantage of all the opportunities I had in that position, traveling across the state, providing presentations whenever I could, learning, developing expertise in subject matters whenever I could, such as the Data Practices Act and records retention. During my time when I was with the League, I was our authority for that, and I was the one who would provide presentations on that, written materials and things of that nature. And I enjoyed the position a lot. But one of the things that I didn't enjoy about the position that I had, or one of the downfalls of it, was there was a limitation, there was a separation with the level of assistance that I could provide, either as an attorney working with the League or just the League in general, to our clientele. Always a hesitation between a watering down of the degree of guidance or recommendation that we could provide. Kicking it to the city attorney or kicking it to someone else, kind of giving people information but hoping they make the right decision. The League had a really good educational program and to pay for tuition. And so while I was still a staff attorney there, I started taking public administration courses at one of the Metropolitan State University in St. Paul, Minneapolis. Because I thought, while I like what I'm doing, and I like who I'm serving, I might want to take a different, I might want to do that in a different capacity. So I started taking those courses, and while I was doing that, an opportunity arose at a place called the Public Health Law Center. When I started, it was at William Mitchell School of Law, but then they in Hamlin have since merged, so now it's Mitchell Hamlin. And that organization was a grant-based program. I was an employee of the law school, but we were totally funded by through grants, and as part of that, we had to be adapting the grant-making process because we essentially had to fish for what we ate, right? And I did a lot of the same things working with the Public Health Law Center that I was doing with the League of Minnesota Cities, but the subject matter was somewhat different. providing guidance, assistance to grantees, local public health departments, other organizations that do that, both statewide and nationally, on the stuff that they were doing, tobacco control, healthy eating, active living, things like that. But because of the size of our organization, the elements between a 100-plus entity like the League of Minnesota Cities, where we had a department that did everything, here you hand off your financial sheets, you hand off someone else will take care of all that stuff, had to be completely hands-on and really work on all aspects of our program, from hiring subordinate staff or the law clerks that we worked with to prepare deliverables and budgets and finances with our partners and things like that. I received that master's degree, and after I received that, I started, looking for opportunities where maybe I could have the focus more on the administrative side than the legal side. Applied for some jobs, some city jobs, came close with some places, but never had the right fit at the right time. And there was an opportunity to work for the courts. And there was a position, a multi-county court administrator position in southwestern Minnesota that I applied for, and I received that job. And so I worked there for about 2 years. The head for both the Cottonwood and the Murray County District Courts, smaller courts, but dealing with workforces and budgets and the interrelations between us and our counties. As you know yourself, the statutes require each county to provide a courthouse. And in some ways, the courts are like interlopers, right? We have certain requirements that we have to have, but we get to pay for it. And those dynamics and those relationships, building, strengthening, learning, in addition to the expertise that I had dealing with cities, and also on behalf of cities, working with counties and other areas of governments, having a tighter partnership with county auditors and the commissioners and coordinators at that level. Went from that position to a location within the cities, a higher volume courts in Ramsey County. And I served there for about 6 months, different dynamics, different challenges, and that's got us pretty much to the point we are today.
I noticed in reviewing your video that you have a attention to detail. So what would be your supervisory and management style with attention to detail?
Well, in the best of worlds, you want to lead and not manage. And everyone, regardless of position, has more on their plate than time in the day's plate. And so hopefully you have really good people and they are competent in their positions, and you are there to support them, to do whatever you can so that they can succeed. That you're not doing the day-to-day job, that you're not their day-to-day jobs, that you are not micromanaging their positions. And in good situations or with good parts of the organization, usually that's the case, and other times there is a need to roll up your sleeves and become more hands-on for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's based on staffing issues, and turnover, filling in wherever you can. And sometimes even with having, which I do believe that a good attention to detail is keeping your priorities and not always having it, well, this is how I would do that, or this is exactly how I would write it, but having support for the others that you are working with and making sure that that their perspective and the way that they do things are also respected. Because everyone's value, their self-value in their jobs and their work is very critical. And lots of things can diminish that. Someone who is overanalyzing or overchanging things. So you have to kind of balance that, I see. You're always focused on the big picture. You're always catching things and helping to catch that, being a support system, a last review, a last check. Sometimes it is literally stepping in and doing something. It's a situation that I had when I worked in the court system a lot. Working in small courthouses, often, whether I would take a left at a fork in the road or a right, depending on which courthouse I would go to, depending on whether or not someone called in sick that day or whether there was some particular issue, so I could maximize our resources. Now, usually that meant putting me in a situation where I would do the least amount of harm, because my folks were experts in what they did. But again, it's that balancing act to make sure that the highest quality product is provided to whoever that is. If it's the citizenry at large, if it's to your judge or to your board of commissioners, or down the organizational chart, be it to your department heads or the line crews that are just as critical to success as anyone.
Please describe how you respond to criticism.
Oh, poorly. Well, I try to learn. Well, I try to learn from it, like anything, I think the facts or the circumstances around the criticism are relevant and should be part of your reflection process. You learn who people are, be it folks within the organization or outside of the organization, and based on who the criticism is coming from, sometimes that impacts how you weigh it, or the volume of criticism that's received, or things of that nature. I know that in my leadership or my management, I have been very reflective in the feedback that I have received, either formally in a performance evaluation, or that I've received it informally in a variety of ways that we just have a conversation with someone. And there's lots of ways that we always are open for self-improvement. Dynamics change, right? The expectations of an employee, the expectations of what government can provide, the expectations of how we should package or convey that to our constituency, always changing. And the one thing about being an attorney is they call it the practice of law, right? Because you never master it. The laws always change. It's always something that you're working on. And I think that that's something that is relevant for all of us in how we do our jobs or how we convey ourselves in lots of different ways. That you should be reflective and look for opportunities to change. At the same time, I think there are times where the criticism or the request is wrong, that there is an underlying reason. And if criticism often is thought of as negative, right? But it's not. It's a comment or critique on how things are doing, often good or bad, but usually on the bad side. And I think criticism can and should be a two-way street as well. If someone says quite blanketly or black and white, you shouldn't do that, or you should do something this way, often asking why or giving that additional context is very relevant, because you can understand where they're coming from, and you can see whether or not our past practices or our personal practices, whether or not they completely can contradict or conflict with that, or whether or not the audience who has the concern doesn't understand, isn't aware of why we might be doing something a certain way, which can lead to a dialogue. In the best of circumstances, you have that dialogue, you take the time, and you do that. That the person who has the concern or the criticism, will you always change their mind? You will not. But if you can go through that practice or that engagement, you have a better opportunity for them to at the very least, feel that their concerns were heard, and that if you provided them a reason why we're not going to go the way that you were asking us to go, we're going to continue to go this way, or we're going to change, but not exactly how, then maybe they can respect the process or the decision a little bit more, because it was, to some degree, made in light of day.
The Cook County Administrator is a key position in the county. What steps should the County Administrator's Office take to promote the county and increase the county's visibility?
Well, I think being a promoter of the community is a significant element of this type of position. I think what that actually means, as the chair mentioned earlier, each community is different, and they have different resources, concerns, and limitations, and one needs to have a real good gauge of what that means. Because there are lots of different ways to be a promoter, to do self, if you will, it's going to be self-promotion, but it has to be the right ones. It has to be focused in the ways that it can do the best, be the most productive. Often, not always, but often there is a dollar component to that. At the very least, time. The amount of time that's spent in whatever degree of promotion is time spent away from something else. And that's valuable. That's valuable for all of us. But in terms of additional opportunities, well, does it properly fit where the community wants to go? Or even if it's not where the community wants to go, are we fighting a system? Are we fighting against trends and things of that nature? I mentioned this morning when I had the privilege to talk with your department heads about some of the challenges, and if I'm cut me off if this is a question that's going to come up, but some of the challenges for the next 5 years and how a lot of them are pandemic related. But one of the benefits, if this is the case, that I have read from the cities, not specifically for your county, but for this area, is with more and more people wanting to work from home or having the ability to work from home. Well, home doesn't need to be in Burnsville or Minnetonka or where that used to be. That there was a greater interest in people moving up, like to this area, other places like that, for homes. Well, then that can be a great thing, and that can be a great means of promotion. I don't know if that's happening. I saw a lot of realty signs on the way up. I don't know if that's in STEM because it's a hot market or because that's how it always is, but that could be a different focus of our promotion as a bedroom community rather than promotion or trying to drive different or new means of business and other economics to the community where they weren't before. And then it's the dynamics of what does the community want? You know, what's the best fit for that? I think it has to be a significant portion of the job, assuming, in large degree, that that's what the Board of Commissioners wants to drive the efforts of the county administrator's office. Sorry if I say city again, it's old habit. Into that, because if it is, that's great and you can be very successful, but that is going to mean resources applied that might not be able to go somewhere else.
Scott, describe how you believe the relationship between the county administrator and the board should function.
Well, again, ideally, it is a collaborative. It is an open, and it's if you will, it's a forgiving relationship where both entities, if you consider themselves separate entities, and in most cases they're not, but as separate entities or departments, are working for common goals, and that the board is open to the ideas, to the thoughts and the recommendations of the administrator, and hopefully they align more than they don't. In the end, a good administrator provides the right now 4, but the five-member board the information, and hopefully through that information, that group together makes quote-unquote the right decision. Now, the decision, whether or not something is right or wrong, it's obviously subjective, and there are different perspectives and competing interests. Being representative to communities that have to vote for you is certainly a critical one. But some of this depends on the dynamic of this group, how this group engages amongst themselves and how they engage with the administrator or county government more generally, and what will actually work for that. There's lots of, an administrator can be being an advocate for what they believe is the right decision, can really tie some things up sometimes. Because as, you know, for the folks that might be watching at home right now, we live and work in public, right? And it certainly won't serve the community or the board administrator relationship well if I vehemently want to say, again, in public, because that's where it has to be said, what you want to do is a mistake, you better not do that, and there might be consequences for that. And you go along that way, and who gave the ammunition for the other side? Well, your own county administrator. So, you know, you have to learn, you as individuals and you as a group, and learn the best way to convey things, how you are most receptive, and whether or not there are concerns, whether it's better to do some of that individually, or whether there will be different concerns if that is done, you know. Hopefully this is a good, productive, working dynamic. I have no reason to believe it is not, but attorneys say sometimes, they say that we say too often, it depends, right? It depends. You know, you ask what seems to be a black and white question, then we say depends, and we talk to you forever. I have ideas, and again, in a perfect world, what we would do or how we would engage, until I actually really know who the four of you are, and what resonates with you, what's receptive, again, for you individually and as a group. It's a judgment thing, and trying to hash out what's the best way to have that productive working environment. And really learning as you go, because it's a new dynamic. You had the dynamics with the previous people in this position, and that's going to change, regardless of who you hire, and regardless of how vehement you want them to do the job, whether it is a mirror or carbon copy of what was done before. We'd like it more or less exactly how it was done before, or whether this is an opportunity to change. You know, the dynamic with new people are going to change. When the fifth person comes in, there's an election of a member for two of you. You know, these are boards that are constantly changing, and you kind of have to navigate through who the folks are to come to the best way to have that relationship, in my opinion.
So this question goes along with the previous one about creating an environment for people to want to come to work, especially since everybody pretty much is at home now.
Yes. Yes.
So creating that environment, how would you work on that?
It's specifically to bringing people back to the office after the working from home. Well, I think a few things go to that. And again, I hate to say it, whether you will or will not, the degree of success, I think you can be successful, but the degree of success or the time it takes for one to be successful in that will depend on the actual people that work here. But I think for this, I think communication, both specifically for the purpose of your question, with the folks that work here that are Cook County employees, but also, you know, for the community at large, because so much of what our folks do is engagement with the community, businesses or whatever, to communicate what is going on, why the decisions are being made or the timelines are being set, so that people don't think to whatever, hopefully do not believe that things are not being conveyed to them. Information is critical, information or feeling that information is being conveyed to you goes to aspects of trust. And I think a lot of what's going on with the restarting of offices and things like that goes to an environment of trust, certainly to safety. One of the benefits at the county level is the health and human services and public health elements that are in-house, if you will, and that are guiding so much of that. They're part of this organization and relying on their guidance in terms of steps or in terms of what is required for making sure that the physical environment is as safe and sanitary as possible. And I think as part of that, being realistic regarding capacity in terms of the staff that we do have and their ability to take on those extra responsibilities in terms of sanitizing rooms and facilities, the cost that the additional cost that might be incurred purchasing those supplies or things like that, and perhaps making sure that the process is, if it's needed, that it's needed, taking into consideration all those things. So when step one is, and I'm sure past step one in some of your things, when step one happens or step two, that it's sustainable. That assuming that either the current environment continues for however long it is, we can sustain what we're doing at this level. We're not having to hop back, but it's putting us in a good position when the next stage happens. That we can be, again, assuming that things don't take a significant turn for the worse, that it's a process that can be built on and move forward. I think there are lots of reasons why people are concerned. I have folks close to me that are in the education field. They're doing the exact same thing based on the community that they're working in, whether or not they are going, starting often next week, having kids in, or they're going to be in Monday or Tuesday, whatever plan they're taking. There are concerns. There are demographics, older employees. People have personal concerns. It's not because they want to shirk their responsibilities, but perhaps there's some of that here as well as there is anywhere. But the idea of, I have legitimate concerns about myself and the environment that I'm walking into, and how we're going to do that. And some of that is, again, making sure that the environment is as good as possible. But you might have some situations if you get to that point where if the work and environment is appropriate for a return, and there are still concerns that an employee's rights under applicable health laws wouldn't prevent them from working remotely anymore, they shouldn't be working anymore. Well then, unfortunately, maybe some tougher or longer term decisions regarding individuals in their position, whether they will continue in their positions as we continue. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. And again, if you do that first part of it, maybe you can mitigate some of that. But people are going to be dealing with that as well. And there might be some, and maybe you also have to be prepared the best that you can for if the all clear, all come back is given. You might have an idea in your back of your head. He might give his resignation. It might be retirement time for him, or she might look for something. You know, you have this information, and you try to, even if you don't do it overtly, you try to prepare for some of those things that seem maybe be more of a certainty based on the workforce that you have. Fun stuff, right?
Please describe your involvement in the budgeting and financial process of your organization, as well as your experience with long-range financial planning.
I have experience with that. When I worked with the law center, when I was a staff attorney with that organization. Again, we were a grant-based organization, so from the get-go, regarding any project, your employment or your continued employment, you had to solicit the funding from state, Department of Health, or state-based or national foundations, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, whatever it might be, for continued funding. So it was incumbent on you to develop some ability or some expertise in grant-based, in grants, proposal writing, and grant-based funding. And from that, once you got that money, as a leader on a project, and I was leader on a number of different projects during my time there, you had to, as part of the request for funding, you had to sketch out the number of staff that would be on there, based on the time of the term of the grant, how that would be divided, different times for how you would prepare deliverables, invoicing, and all those things, and I became well aware and fluent with that. Including that the hiring process and based on the level of expertise that we would hire for, the salary and the funding requirements that they would have for that, how that all went into that. Built into that was how that individual grant or grants that you were working on, because you often had to juggle a few things to become whole or to make sure that everyone in the organization was whole, how that worked into the organization as a whole's funding. And so, if you will, on a project-by-project basis, I had experience with that. Working for the courts, I was responsible for the budgets at my county courthouses, or when I worked in Ramsey County in the larger second judicial district in my specific department. And so that was preparing budgets over the 2-year biennium to, again, determine based on the anticipated overtime over that period of time, what finances for facilities and other jury costs and all those things that were anticipated over that time, building off of the past, but then trying to forecast where you saw that going in the future, where there'd be changes, adjusting that as time went on. You know, if you had a quarter where we weren't bringing in jurors as often as possible, seeing where that gap was and seeing if there was, where there'd be opportunities for that. At the end of the biennium, we had opportunities for some spend down and to see where we could do that as prudently as possible. And that was a situation for both of my counties where I believe it was a really good opportunity for some collaboration that we were involved in. One of my counties, Murray County, the county seat is Slayton. I believe you might be from southwestern Minnesota?
More like Mankato.
Okay, same judicial district, but farther over.
Right.
They were doing their first courthouse renovation in forever, and so it was maximizing, facilitating resources that we would be able to put in for new resources and what they were going to do. At the same time, my other county, we had to spend on money, and we had an opportunity to purchase some sit-stand desks, right? And we really didn't need desks, but we had this funding. But my county partners, they had built a new building, they were doing some renovations, I knew they needed some desks. And I needed some carpet in the part of the courthouse that we managed. So what we did was, for giving them desks that I no longer needed, carpeting was made a priority, and some other flooring as well. Trying to look at the opportunity and not just spend, but try to spend fiscally. And in those situations, I think that in a way that benefited not just my organization, the one that I was directly responsible for, but if you will, the greater community at large. So there are, I've never done it as a county administrator, but I have, I believe, a very good bedrock of practical experience in doing this that I believe is directly applicable, and that with the experts that you already have here in your auditor treasurer's office, and then with your other department heads and what they are doing on an annual basis, preparing budgets and how they may change throughout that budgeting year, I'm in a position to learn, but to jump in and learn as I do it.
What was the most creative thing you did in your current or last job?
Well, if I wouldn't have answered earlier, I might have said the example of the creative partnership when we did some of those renovations. But another one I would say that's I'm proud of was that I redeveloped our juror system in the smaller counties that we had. In Cottonwood County, Wyndham, they have a gorgeous 120-year-old courthouse. Something that the community is really proud of. It's on its own courthouse square right in the middle of town. And it's great, and some of the woods and all this stuff are just amazing. But it was also built at a time where there wasn't the same considerations regarding process and equity and fairness and trials and all that stuff. It was a time crunch. We were on the second floor, similar to, I believe, what the courts are here, but nowhere to expand. And so there was, trials don't happen a lot. I don't know how often they happen here, but one out of every 100 criminal cases go to trial. It's less than that for civil cases. But when we did have jurors come in, and when you bring jurors in for a 12, 16, or 12-person jury, you're bringing in 2, maybe 3 times that for the process of weeding people out. Quite frankly, in a farming community, you've got men and women that aren't going to come in because they have to go to their field that day. So you have to plan for that. In the past, before I arrived, everyone would just kind of sit up on the second floor of the courthouse. So when jurors were coming, or when attorneys were coming in and out, or if defendants or attorneys were coming in and out, or heaven forbid if someone was in custody, there was a log jam and very difficult for an attorney to take his or her clients out in the hallway to talk when there was 20, 25 people just kind of milling around a place that was never designed for 20 or 25 people to be. Past you see is the jury room, but the juror is designed for 12, 13 people to be in there at a time. Doesn't work for 30 people. So I tried to look for ways that we can better have this process. Well, what Cottonwood County had, similar to what you have here, is they had a commissioner's room on the first floor. And so I asked our county partners if they would mind if we used that when we had jurors come in. And they generally didn't mind. It was a change of things. We had to try to be mindful of certain things. There was a bathroom, a one-stall bathroom on the first floor that the county auditor's office was particularly fond of as just their own. So we kind of had to work with getting people who were down to the basement or up to the courtroom floor if they had to go to the bathroom. Getting audio, visual things taken care of for orientation, being mindful that, any beverages or fruits and things like that weren't making a mess. Because again, we needed to use it, but it wasn't our room. Making sure that that was done well. Building off of that, I created a manual for our jurors, for our bailiffs, often retired people that may have worked with the county sheriff's department or not, and creating just a whole different dynamic on how things were done. So I think a few important things were accomplished. Certainly making sure that the process in the courtroom was handled to the best ability possible, that juries weren't hearing things that they shouldn't have been hearing, that attorneys could interact with their clients or their witnesses in places so it was appropriate, things weren't meshing, because what you don't want to do more than anything is have another jury trial because something was fouled with a juror or jurors. But then the biggest thing too, and I do think that applies here as well, in how we do things, how you should be doing things, or what's in your staff's mind or in your mind when people interact with the county, is you wanted to have your jurors have a really, really good experience. Jury duty is not a great thing. Where we had it wasn't a week. It was a 3-month term that you may get a letter a week ahead of time, and it was difficult to plan for. You want to be as comfortable as possible, because with the exception of adoption, where someone wanted to come in and get married. It's the interactions people have, of course, they're not generally not positive. I'm getting sued, or I'm charged with a crime, or whatever it is. It's a possibility for people to feel that they are being properly served by their court system because they were properly served and they were a jury. And I think we did that. And I think the number of cases where a Thursday morning when we had the number of people we had to call because they just didn't show up went down. I think it was positive word of mouth around the community. I think that in a different dynamic, I think that helped in terms of promotion as well. That there was a level of professionalism and a level of care and engagement and interaction. It was something that I tried to be as hands-on as possible, because again, that was our constituency. And so I think that's an example of something that I was particularly proud of. Yeah.
Okay, Scott, yeah, we're halfway through the questions, so if you want to ask us questions at the end, just wanted to alert you that.
Casual pick on my
So, describe a time when you made a mistake at work. How did you deal with the situation, and what was the outcome?
Really good question. Well, there was
It's hard for a lawyer to admit a mistake.
no, it's not. We make them. Well, at least for me, it's not. Maybe that's why I don't want to be an attorney. I mean, I am an attorney, but I don't want to be a practicing one. I think of when you ask that question, and I'm not going to try to answer it too vaguely, but I think of the interdynamics and interrelationships that I've had with colleagues, and ways that I've learned from, if you will, difficult or non-productive interactions, and ways to try to make them better. I've gone into environments where, and sometimes it's because of naivete, sometimes it's because you don't have, the understanding of the dynamic. Sometimes things you can't even control. And I've worked in situations, sometimes in public health, sometimes in court administration, where I wasn't the only male, but I was certainly one of them. And sometimes there's a gender dynamic as well that you have to be mindful of. And what I try to do in those situations always is to try to get a better understanding of the people that I'm engaging with, and what makes them tick, what might push their buttons, and try to learn from that. If it's a situation where I think I was handled wrong, I would share that, so that we would hopefully in the future, if the same dynamic would come up again, that we wouldn't have it. We had a situation when I first took my job with the courts in a court administrator position, similar to up here. Small one judge, if that, courthouses, and the need for judges to go from their chambered county to another one to help out. What's the best way to do that? and there was a plan to equalize. And being a new person, there was some situations where some decisions were made that affected me that I wasn't part of. Heard after the fact, oh, by the way, we met last time, here's what we came up with. Well, that sucked, you know? For one thing, it was a bad day. It was getting off on the wrong foot with someone I'm gonna have to work with very closely. And so I try to have a metered approach to that again. I don't think that was appropriate, so I hope that in the future this won't happen because this is gonna affect us. And again, trying to build off of that and make those future situations, when they do happen, hopefully you're cutting a lot of those up, when they do happen, you have a good dynamic that you can work off of someone and resolve it in a productive way.
One of the words that's really important between the board and the staff and the administrator would be trust.
Yes.
How would you work on building trust?
Well, for a lot of it, and it depends, is becoming immersed in the culture and the environment here to learn what resonates and what doesn't. I wouldn't want to presume that what I've experienced in other situations would be the same that's here. I can say that when I was working within the courts in separate locations, there was some similarities where there was concerns over communication. We're not the staff, line staff in particular, but not just line staff. We're not getting the appropriate levels of communication. When I hear that, I often think that someone telling you that there's a lack of communication means that there's a lack of trust. That when you trust someone, you maybe inherently or instinctually believe that they are giving you the information that you need, have to have, would further your job or make you part of this culture. So first you have to look to see, as part of communication, to see if there is, in determining about trust, is to see if there is any gaps or elements concerning communication. You have to learn to see if there were situations, perhaps ongoing or in the past, that had helped eroded trust between those parties, be it the board and the administrator, whoever, whatever dynamic, and there's so many here, and see if there's ways to fix that. One can't assume because that they won't continue, or that I might be coming in, I have a fresh slate with everyone, but you still walk into things that existed from previous folks, sometimes from a very, very long time ago. And so what you try to do is try to see where there are issues. Sometimes trust, openness can help facilitate trust. One of the things that I did in my last position, when I walked into a place where I honestly had a feeling, there was a vibe when I first walked in that there was something. And not too long after there was the start, it had started a little bit before me, but a lot of employment turnover, a lot of churn was happening. And trying to figure out why. And trying within the position that you have, what can you do positively to impact that? I replaced a person who wasn't really engaged with line staff. In the equivalent here of allowing the department heads to take care of all of it. Now, you cannot, in this position, be it with the citizenry or be it with line staff, you have to balance being open for everyone, but not in a way that is going to erode the position that those department heads have. It can't be a situation where every time I hear an answer I don't like from fill in the blank department head, I'll just go around and I'll talk to Scott because that erodes their credibility. So it's a balancing. Sometimes if it's as simple as openness, engagement, what I did at that past place was I brought a coffee pot in my office, and before the staff would be going to court for the morning or in the afternoon, they knew there was coffee there. Have a minute and a half, 2 minutes with everyone to drink coffee. Beginning of their day, what's going on, what's up. Not intrusive, not me hovering or coming to them and say what's wrong with the boss. You know, something must be wrong. The boss is out of his office. But a way to bring them to you in a relaxed, casual environment. And I think that those are the types of things that I found when you can humanize, can make it friendly without being a friend, can't do that. Create those types of ideas I think that helps build trust, and it also helps people be more productive. These are roughly over a third of people's lives. It's got to be as positive of a thing for the people who work here, because if it is, they will stay longer, they will be more productive, it'll be better for the community at large, it'll be better for the people that they report to.
What is essential for a team to be successful?
I think the bedrock of a team being successful is an understanding by all the members of what the ultimate goal of that team is, and what the role, or an understanding of what the individual's role is within that team, and hopefully how those individual pieces fit into overall team success. And hopefully a composition of people who all value or can buy into the team environment. And not everyone does. When I worked for the league, I gave a presentation on lots of various things that affect elected officials. And I started talking about team in that term, about the city council, but the team but the board as a team, as you four are. And one of the people in the audience was terribly adverse to that. That was the antithesis to everything he believed in. And they were having problems as a board because of that. But, you know, team is something that I value very much. Through athletics, starting probably through athletics, working in team sports, playing football and things like that. Understanding that's different roles and things like that. I think people have to understand that. If it just seems to be a collection of people doing somewhat a similar thing, or maybe not even seem like a similar thing, I think that helps. I also think it helps because while we have to strive for equality and equity and all things of that nature, not everyone does the same thing. Some aspects of the teamwork are better than others, some are worse. That's just the nature of that. I think understanding where people fit within the team, or that department, whatever it is, larger team, I think can help people understand when it seems that I don't have as great of a gig as someone else. And so I think all those parts are perfect. If it's a team of forces, getting folks to not only all march in the same way, but to understand why they're doing it.
Describe the efforts you would take to enhance economic development in Cook County.
Well, I think going back to an earlier question about promotion, which I think you may have asked, I think that's critical. I think it's certainly a role that is bigger than this position itself.
Have about 5 more minutes left.
Thank you. With economic development authorities and the different partners, not just the city and the townships that we have here, but the businesses as well. I think one of the things, and I don't know if this has been going on already, but I think I did talk about this earlier as well. If I'm brief, I hope it's understandable. Figuring out how we want to go in terms of economic development. There are communities for various reasons that are bedroom communities, or the primary focus is on tourism or hospitality, or others that are driven by their industrial bases. And there's nothing wrong with any of those approaches. Hopefully you're building off of what you already have, but I think there's an opportunity right now, somewhat because of the health conditions we're dealing with right now, is to have to look to see if there is a reset in priorities, if that is necessary, and see if there's a different focus. If what I had read is true, and if there is more opportunity and potentially more interest for people to move to an area like this, where they're not looking for the job up here, but they're looking for quality of life, and then they'll be working remotely from somewhere else, perhaps that is more of a focus that will then impact, perhaps allow to expand some of the hospitality aspects of these communities as well. communities, counties have to exist, cities don't, right? So there are some ghost towns, but you have to be growing or you're dying, and you have to look, and you have to look for economic ways to drive that, and so it would have to be a big part of my position.
Scott, I'm going to give you one option here,
Yeah.
another option. I'll ask you the last question that we have time for, or you can ask us one question, and we'll each try to answer. So I'm going to give you the choice.
What's in the box? And for fairness out of everyone, I think I should ask the question I was prepared.
Thank you. Describe your experience working together with other units of government, including tribal governments, to develop service partnerships.
Okay. I believe I have lots of experience in this aspect. When I worked with League of Minnesota Cities, we were a membership-based organization representing cities and townships and cooperative districts and all those things. And as part of what we did, somewhat because of not just because, but it was heightened because of the economic downturn of the 2000s, was creative ways for intergovernment cooperation. Something that's, if you go back long enough, and I know there's been significant time between that to where we are today, but where it was more of a luxury becomes more of a mandate, right? And so looking for creative ways to do that. Working in the aspects that I was as an attorney with that small clinic, I was working with grantees at the city level, at the public health level, at the nonprofit level. Those entities in turn talking to folks like you, asking them to pass whatever policy it might be or whatever initiative. I have had some experience working with tribal governments. I don't recall in my capacity with the league ever working or questions that came up regarding the Grand Portage community. But there were lots of questions that came up around the Prairie Island community, lots around Monoman and some of the unique challenges there are when there are sovereign land, and services, government services that are provided, and issues that come up concerning assessments or the lack thereof of the ability to impose assessments on tribal properties, and getting to yes between those parties. Working in the public health aspect, a lot of resources were and are being spent on tribal communities in terms of that lens of equity and making sure that those communities are as healthy as possible and changing some dynamics on how things are done. As one example, certainly things with smoking and tobacco use and all those things have been going on since the 70s. And there are lots of tent posts, right, mob-posts, where you can see where there have been success. But there's still places that need to, where work can be done, and tribals one of them. But the dynamics, the unique dynamics of the cultural meaning or value in terms of tobacco and state or tobacco work, and navigating that, and how you change terminology, and how that actual change in terminology can change the work more broadly. That work's now being called commercial tobacco control rather than just tobacco control. It's an area where I need more work, but I think if you're going to be blunt or frank about equity work in general, be it with the tribal government or any minority community, it's one that I think we all need learning and work and practice.
Well, thank you so much for your
Yes.
interest in meeting with us today.
Well, I thank you for the
Trip up
opportunity.
here and have a good travel back and safe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good luck with your decision.
Thank you.
Commissioner, you can take a few minutes again.
Now, Pam, I saw you pulling a thermos away. I didn't see you pulling one back.
It's still there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Plenty in there for you.
Chug it, dude.
Chug.
I work with a group of people that have issues.
I do. I do. One strong cup of decaf every morning.
I have a strong cup of 200% more caffeine. several times a morning.
Oh, we know, Heidi. What are these things? What is going on? You go like this?
Yeah.
And then you go like this.
They're kind of 70s-ish.
It's awesome. Where's the fondue?
I know, right?
Look at that.
Different treats. Thanks for setting up last night. We're gonna do it all on our own. I just got caught up. Nobody, I'm not. So you're coming back for the last one?
I'll send them to you, probably during this next.
How much for that?
Yeah, you got email on there?
Yeah, but I
Okay.
can't print from
Right,
there. So I'm
right.
gonna have to go to my office, connect, and then I can print. So if you send them to me during this next interview, as soon
Yeah.
as that's over, I can walk to my
Just
office.
go do it in between, all right,
Yep.
perfect.
Good,
Okay.
okay.
Unless you want to send them somewhere else.
No, I've
So, okay, sounds good.
Have you seen the blow test for masks?
No.
If you can hold up a flame and blow it out, your mask doesn't work. That's the best way when you ask
I
them
got
about
double,
different
I got
masks.
double. I like yours.
I like mine too, it's very comfy. I wear it
So
every
go to
day.
Amazon and just do a search.
Yeah.
Charcoal filtered mask. Looks like the front of a canoe.
You can get black, you don't have to get pink. There's a couple different colors.
Oh, boy.
So Dave, I was helping my friend out at her shop and get down there and realized I left my coffee on the table. Sent Jordy a text. You put that in the fridge for me, I'll drink it when I get home. Hour later, he comes down for his coffee and my friend goes, oh, look, he loves you. And he goes, nope, I love you. Because I without coffee would be a bad day for you. Not for her.
Okay, we got Dennis next.
Yep, he is here and ready, whenever you are.
Everyone ready?
Okay. Welcome. Yeah, that's the spot there. Okay. So welcome, Dennis. As we discussed, the board will have some questions for you. You have a chance to ask them questions at the end as well, and I'll turn it over to the board chair.
Okay, well, welcome, Dennis.
Thanks. You guys comfortable with removing the mask?
Yeah, no, you're fine, yeah, the others have too, so. Really appreciate your interest in our county administrator job and coming all the way from where you come from. And we feel we have a very unique county, and I think we are in many ways. I'm sure you researched that. And I will introduce myself as board chair. My name is Myron Bershine, and I represent District 2, which is right across the street going east. I represent mainly the city of Grand Marais, just an outlying area a little bit on the lake, pretty much downtown. I think we'll just go to Jenny next, and she'll introduce herself, and then we'll start into the interview. And then
Okay.
we'll have questions at the end. When we finish our questions, then you could take some time to ask questions.
Excellent.
At that time with us.
Welcome. I'm Ginny Storley, and I represent the West End, which you drove through, Leeson, Tofty, and Schroeder.
Yep.
And that's my district.
Nice.
And my name's Dave Mills. I'm from District 3, and that's the west side of Grand Marais going to Cascade River more or less. Newish commissioner, this is my second year of the 4-year term, first term.
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you.
I'm Commissioner Dukert from the district. Most people are familiar with Flint Trail, and if you flew instead of drove, you would have landed in my district.
Okay, we'll start with question number 1. Please tell us what interests you about this position and highlight key qualifications that make you the best person for this job.
Okay. I can tell you, as I started to do an employment search, and it's not like I sent 100 resumes out, because I'm very, we're trying to find an area, and we're very outdoors oriented. And my wife and I lived in the UP of Michigan, Marquette, for many years, 30 years, and then the last 5 have been in the lower peninsula of Michigan. We wanted to find an area that had the kind of lifestyle that we're used to, and that's outdoor recreation, and much more vibrant. And kind of, if you guys are familiar, all of Hope County, Marquette County, Keweenaw County is where I grew up, and my wife grew up. And it's just kind of this area is so much like the area that we're from, and that we spend so much time in. That clearly was an attraction. The other thing is, I know that you guys have an economy that's going to be based on a tourist economy, and it's something that I worked with when I was with Marquette as well. It's a tourism-driven economy, and it's about what can you do to expand your opportunities within that. And when you look at one of the things that in today's economy, especially what we learned during the pandemic, is that more and more people are finding out that they can do their jobs remotely. They don't have to, live where they work. They can work where they live. And we certainly worked on some of that back when I was with Marquette. One of the qualities would be, if you look at what we did with Marquette over a number of years as a volunteer and then as an administrator, is try to attract the kind of growth and volunteers who are willing to work on expanding bike trails. If you look at Marquette right now, they have a bike economy. And who would have thought that 30 years ago? But it was a series of really working at, and certainly there's some industry, if you want to, there's a core base of jobs there, but it's about how do you attract that kind of thing. It really was looking at what are your assets, and if assets are outdoor recreation, how do you play up to that? That brings, different people into the mix, from healthcare providers to, entrepreneurs to you name it. And I think I can help you with that. We've got a really strong background in business, and I also, if you look at the last 2 positions I've held, and the amount of kudos I received from the business community about being able to nurture that business aspect and be friendly to business, because I think it's important that people don't see government as adversarial with business, and sometimes unfortunately they do. It could be just simple things like with code enforcement and policies that we put together from a building perspective. Sometimes it's just we get in our own way just from permit issuance and things like that. I think coming in and taking a look at everything, not saying I want to change anything, you guys could be doing it, you could be doing everything right. But it's taking a critical eye and thinking like an investor. That's one of the things from a leadership perspective that I try to pass on to the administrative team that I work with.
So maybe you could describe your supervisory and management style along with your leadership?
Yeah, I think I've always said collaborative, and the reason I say that is, over the course of my career, and I spent a number of years in the private sector before I moved to the public sector. One of the advantages of working for some of the world's largest corporations is that they invest a great deal of money in training, and so I was able to take a lot of that management training and really learn more about yourself, but certainly develop your own leadership style. And collaborative, because leadership doesn't work top down. You have to, every single person in your organization brings leadership qualities, and you have to try to nurture those, find out where their strengths are, and then work with them. And I think I'll just go into the last position. I was there for 5 years. When I got there, we would go into the staff meetings, the department head meetings, and every department head would spend, like 5 minutes just giving you a, rote report of everything that they had done in the last week or 2 weeks since the last meeting. After about a month of that, he said, am I the only one who doesn't really get anything out of these meetings? Like, let's talk about what we're here to talk about. Let's improve our leadership. Let's improve our administrative team. And so then it becomes working with each individual, letting them lead the meeting, let them kick off. And every meeting we let off with, whether it's an article, an exercise, but something that, brought the group together. And because of that, when it came time to do some decision making, if it was a decision that we were making about just the public works department, we didn't just sit down with public works, we brought in the entire administrative team. It could be the assessor, could be the police chief, fire chief, finance director. And we said, we've got a project, we've got a challenge, we need to make a decision. And everybody, all hands on deck. And I think you started to learn that collaborative. We were so much stronger together than anyone was, is on their own.
Thank you.
Please describe how you respond to criticism.
It's one of those things where, does anyone like to be criticized? But, I think you have to look at it, and it's about how you respond, because it's how it's delivered. I mean, it's not, if you immediately are defensive, then you're not going to hear. And the only way communication works, including criticism works, is if you're open. And it's one of the things that I've had to, over the course of my career, really stop and think about communication, because it's about a two-way street. I have to speak so that you can understand what I'm saying. And if you're providing some criticism for me, I have to look at it and understand. I have to listen, open up my ears, pay attention, and then I can question and figure out, well, what can I do differently? And one of the aspects, in the sales organization that I worked in for many years, no matter what you did in working with an account, the minute you walked away, I was trained to ask yourself, what could I have done better? And you think, well, that was great, that was a great presentation I just made. Okay, but what could I have done that would have made it better? And so I think you need to constantly think that way. So if somebody says, they're doing you a favor, if they say, hey, can I point something out to you? You should, receive it and say, please, by all means. That's what I've attempted to do. Am I always perfect at it? Probably not. It's human nature with it.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up, how do you respond if it's less than constructive criticism? That's tougher, right? Because it's just, you feel like it's an attack, but the thing you have to do is diffuse. It's kind of like what you do if you're working with a resident who comes and they're angry about something. Maybe they don't understand the reasons why you are carrying something out the way you are. It's about, if you can make it fact-based, then I think you're going to be okay. It just has to go back to what are the facts. Let's agree on what the facts are. Thank you.
The Coon County Administrator is a key position in the county. What steps should the County Administrator's Office take to promote the county and increase the county's visibility?
Well, I think, the administrator, because it's the kind of the face of the day-to-day. I mean, you guys as the board have to provide the direction of where you want us to go, and the administrator really needs to be out front carrying it out, being able to show that this is the direction that strategic planning that has been in place. This is the direction we've been provided, and so I think it's like the outreach. I think you really have to make sure that you're out front with people. The lines of communication are so critical, that you're out in the community, that you're visible, that people see and know that you're accessible. Having an open door policy so that anybody can come in and get into your office to spend some time and to question you. I think it really comes down to that communication is key, and whether it's through written communications or in the community being part of keeping lines of communication open between school systems and the people at the library know who you are. You have to be out and about to the townships in the city. Those are the key connections that just absolutely you have to work those, you have to be there so that people see the county administrator as an integral part, that we're all partners in the whole area.
Thank you.
Describe how you believe the relationship between the county administrator and the board should function.
Council manager relations are so important to be successful, and number one, you guys have a hard job. You have to make sure that whoever you hire for this position is a good fit. The person like me, I'm looking to see if I would fit in the community, and I'm going to be a good fit. I'm a very strong proponent of good governance. I study them. I always say I'm a lifelong student. I read like 5 books a week. It's about strategic plan and carrying things out. The bottom line is the administrator's position is here to carry out the direction that the board provides. Now, my job is to make sure that you guys have all the facts, all the information, so that you can make informed decisions. And if that's ever lacking, then that's going to be an issue, because it's really about providing options and providing recommendations when asked. And then, let's say, once the decision was made, it's rallying the administrative team around it to say, this is the direction that we're going to provide, and we're going to carry this out. So I think it's important. I think that's why the communication is important. I think it's one-on-one. We have to really keep those lines of communication open, and just to check in. How are we doing? How am I doing? Do you have the information that you need? Is there another way I can provide it? I have to learn your styles, because people like different things. Some people just want emails and information. Some people want, to be walked through it, or one-on-one phone calls, whatever it is. The administrator needs to learn how you have that information delivered and then deliver it.
So with that in mind about how you check in with people, how do you create a work environment for the people who want to come to work?
It really comes down to culture, right? What's the culture of the organization? Because if you have a good culture, people want to not only come to work for you, but they want to stay there. You don't want anyone in your organization who pulls into the parking lot and has this horrible feeling in the pit of their stomach as they pull in and they think, oh, I can't believe I have to go in there again today. We spend way too much of our lives working, and it has to be that common goal, that culture. And really culture, what is it? You can't decree a culture. My culture is going to be this. It doesn't work. Culture is how things happen when you're not there. So it's about really looking at developing a team concept, a team approach, and about make sure that their voice is heard, make sure that they matter, make sure that they know that they can make decisions, that you're not going to be hovering over their shoulder every time they make a decision and second guessing. It's okay to make mistakes. Now, if you make the same mistake a bunch of times, we're probably going to have a conversation about it, but don't be afraid to make a decision. Don't be afraid to make a mistake. And don't be afraid to lean on your colleagues. And I think when you create that, we did themed staff meetings. I've done that my whole career. And it's 1 year where it was all on leadership. 1 year it was all on continuous improvement. The next year it was the power of positivity. And not just me leading a meeting, it's, again, investing in the department heads on a volunteer basis. You're leading the next meeting. It could be an exercise, it could be a great article they share, it could be anything. But start off with something that really works to develop the people, develop the organization, and people will embrace that culture. They want to come to work for it, and they'll stay working for you.
Please describe your involvement in the budgeting and financial process of your organization, as well as your experience with long-range financial planning.
I have been, obviously in the private sector, I was responsible for budgets annually, and then moving to the public sector. When I jumped over to the public sector, out of the private sector, I'm thinking my own community, and the reason I did it, my community was a mess. They were mired in lawsuits with, the township was suing the city, and the city was suing the township. We had a horrible recall, took out 3 trustees. The supervisor resigned because he was going to be recalled. So I thought, what better time to jump in to help? This is a mess. And I thought, all of the things I've learned over these years, I can bring to the table. They're not that much different. Well, private sector budgeting and public sector budgeting, some of the principles apply, but they're vastly different. You know, we're not trying to please the board of directors and increase profits. I'm trying to maximize the service delivery with the funds we have, with the revenue we have. It's not just, well, I can raise revenue, because you can't. You know, you can't just, well, we'll add more millage, we'll do whatever. It's working with what you have. So I think understanding that and going through the process, it's a learning curve. And then you realize that for the public sector, this is really about maximizing service. What services can I deliver? And am I delivering the services that the residents want and expect? That comes from having good conversations. When you start to develop a budget, do you have a really good strategic plan in place? Has the Board of Commissioners talked about what their priorities are? Because for me, working with the finance director or whoever to put a budget together, you have to know what the board's priorities are. Where do you want to take the community? And then you try to fund those. And if you can't fund them as you build it, when you deliver the budget, you're back and saying, we know what your priorities were, but this is the revenue we have. And now we're in the middle of this pandemic, and let's face it, that's a challenge. You know, how's that going to impact us? What's going to happen to housing values? Will that have an impact on it? It remains to be seen. And, you know, revenue sharing from the state governments to the counties and local governments. What's that impact going to be long term? How long will the pandemic last? So there's some questions out there that, quite frankly, I can't answer, and neither can anybody else. It doesn't look as dire as it initially did, but you know, it depends on how quick we can move forward and things start going back to normal. For long-range planning, I think long-range planning again is especially important for capital planning. And if you look at like Grand Blanc Township, for a township with $1.6 billion city equalized value, you know, assessed value, and I went in there 5 years ago, I mean, they didn't have an HR department. They had no capital improvement plan in place. And I thought they would have been farther along than they were when I got there. So we started that up to get them to understand we have to be able to set, if you don't understand where we're going to be, can we really afford to do the things that we need to do? They had done a relatively good job with public works, but everything else was a mess. It was just, if there's money left over, we'll buy a patrol car. You know, can we buy a fire truck? Can we? And it was, you know, first come, first served. Well, what a mess. You didn't know if you had money from one year to the next. And so now I'm happy to say that, you know, we put this long-range capital plan out that we know we can afford what we do, and without asking for more millage, it's about, again, working with the funds you have. You can't go back to the residents every time and say, well, we need more money. You can't raise price. I mean, we have to learn how to work within that rather than frame. Thank you.
What is the most creative thing that you did in your current or last job?
There's several examples. I'll give you one that I'm very proud of. When I got there in 2007 or thereabouts, they had looked into trying to find an area in the township. It's like 34 square miles. Is there an area where they could really create a technology village? And so they had gone through, they had several meetings, they put some ideas together and said, this would be great if we created a technology village and we were able to attract tech-oriented businesses here. And it is a great idea, but of course the recession hit. They came up with this idea in 2007, and they had some plans, and they went on a shelf. Well, I got there in 2015, and going through, I found this thing, I started asking about it. Well, then we started to explore the option of where would it go, how would a public-private partnership, and we ended up with the board's approval, developed a public-private partnership, 2 separate landowners, about 200 acres. We participated, we did a complete market assessment study for this property. What we could do, we put the zoning in place to make it ready to go. And this is all years of work. In the end, that property now is, well, unfortunately because of COVID, in March they were preparing to move it forward. But there's agreements in place on the property. A major East Coast developer has come in and bought the property, and they're getting ready to launch this thing as soon as COVID-19 will allow. This is 200 acres of mixed-use development that's going to, there could be, upwards of nearly $1 billion of investment in there. And we already have people lined up who are interested in locating their light industry and some retail. It's a game changer. And it was really just finding that thing, starting to talk about it, look at it, and creating that public-private partnership. And I think maybe as government, the more we can do that, the better off we are. Yeah.
Describe a time when you made a mistake at work. How did you deal with the situation and what was the outcome?
Okay. Think through. I think, I mean, I can't think of anything like a big, huge mistake that I've made in this line of work. I mean, there's been, some minor ones, and I think it's dropping the ball with, working with somebody, and especially I think of performance evaluations and that kind of thing with one particular individual. He needed some more help to get up to the next level. What I'm seeing is, I think he's making progress. We're meeting, we put out a 30, 60, 90-day plan, and then how are we gonna get him to where he's, where he should be. My mistake is that I didn't check in with his direct reports. I'm watching what he's doing, what he's providing me. I'm thinking, yes, this is good, and you were almost 9 months into this plan where I really want this guy. He's got the potential, and then to have one of his deputies actually come to me and say, he's really difficult to work with. He can't let go of anything. He's over our shoulders. He asks us to work a project. You work on it. He takes it, and then he completely changes everything. Like, we're not making any progress. Clearly, I dropped the ball on that because I should be more like a 360 review. I needed feedback from the people who reported to him, not just take his word for it. So how did that impact me? Well, that set us back. It's not like the guy was so bad we had to move him out the door. It wasn't that kind of a situation. But it means I failed to help him in his development as much as we should have. Once I got that information, that changed. We ended up making some personnel decisions, moving some people around that put a little bit stronger person for what he needed in his development. And then now he's moving along in the right direction. But I take personal responsibility for that because he should have been able to move more forward in his development than he did. It's because of my failure to recognize that and to really research folks who occurred to them.
Describe how you would build trust with the county board and staff.
When you, anytime whoever comes in and ends up filling this role, there's going to be questions, and it's no different than any position you ever walk in, but administrator's position specifically, everybody wonders, what did this person bring to the table? What's their reason for being here? What's the motivation? Do they have an underlying motivation? And so you really have to let people know who you are early on. And I think a big thing is the communication, transparency in communication. And I'm a pretty transparent guy. If you wonder what I'm thinking, if you ask me, I'll tell you absolutely 100% what I'm thinking every time. And I think it's about making sure that people understand I don't have a hidden agenda. If I'm telling you something, I'm telling it, from the heart. I try to make it fact-based, but I think you build that trust when people see it. You can't do it overnight, but you have to be honest with people, and you have to ask them for their honesty in return. You also have to hold yourself accountable. You don't pass the ball. If you drop the ball, you say, I dropped the ball. I just promised you I was going to get you something, and I didn't get it to you, then I need to come back and say, I just realized I didn't get you that. I'm incredibly sorry. I don't know what happened. I dropped the ball. Let me make it up to you. Let me fix that for you. Give people credit. It's funny, but it's not. If you're going to be a successful leader, successful manager, administrator, you can't do that without the staff. The staff is everything. The leadership is never one person. the leadership is having the best people who are unafraid to make decisions, who are unafraid to make mistakes, who, love what they do, and they're happy to get to work. They get up in the morning, they say, I can't believe I get to go do this, versus, oh man, I gotta go do this. If you can create that kind of culture because of honesty, transparency, communication, it will go a long way. And you'll have this team that not only likes what they do, but they trust each other, they want to work. And so if that's all working and you have this highly motivated staff that are professionals, they're good at what they do, they like what they do, then from a council standpoint, it's the same thing. You have to be able to rely on expertise. You've got people who have varying number of degrees of experience, but you have to learn to trust that. And if there's ever a question, and I look at it as I have to be the liaison to go to, for a member of staff that reports to me, then if the council has a question and you think that the information you got was, less than stellar or was not fact-based, you have to let me know, and we're going to go back and research and bring it back. Again, accountability. Well, I want to hold somebody accountable, but then they have to hold me accountable as well. And that goes both ways. I have to be accountable to the board of commissioners. You guys have to hold me accountable as well.
What is essential for a team to be successful?
Teams, not everybody has the same skill set. Not everybody is on the same bell curve where they are in their leadership development. Not everybody is in the same place from emotional intelligence wise. And so you don't manage everybody the same. You learn where they are in their cycle of development, and you learn where you can help them the most, right? And you can pair them with somebody who maybe has strengths in an area that will help pull them up or help them. You can provide training opportunities, but when people realize that you don't manage everybody exactly the same, because if you do, it may be great for some people, depending on what their personality profile or, again, emotional intelligence are. If you just manage everybody the exact same way, maybe 2 people really appreciate it and 2 people hate it. Well, it's because you didn't connect with them. You missed that opportunity. So I think for a team to be successful, you really have to have an honest assessment of skill set. Where can I help you? Where do you want to go? How can I help you get there? Can I provide you some training opportunities? And again, teams start to trust each other. Right? I told you about how we did our staff meetings and everybody would lead it. The offshoot of that is that they start to rely on each other. I told the folks earlier this morning, we had a joint fire department, and then the board made the decision that we were going to end that joint venture and bring them in. And we had to incorporate an entire full-time fire department, and we had 90 days to do it. I didn't panic. I brought my entire team together, and I said, we have 90 days to move this fire department from the city's operation into ours and have them up and running. It means we've got to change the building, reshuffle offices, build in sleeping quarters, a kitchen, the whole 9 yards, and we've got 90 days to get it done. Everybody in the room immediately is around the conference table, and it's the finance director, the human resources director, the DPW director, fire chief, police chief, everybody, the MIS coordinator, everybody like, well, what about this space? Well, we can shift this over. That was a cool thing, because all of that work that we did to build the trust in each other and understand leadership, continuous improvement. Not only did we bring it in under budget, but we got it done with 2 weeks to spare. And it was like nothing short of, at first you're thinking it can't be done, but that's because of that team, right? And I think when you build that trust and you watch the team, when they start to rely on each other, they don't have to come to me with a question. They might have, it may be just an employee issue. They can go to another department that has nothing to do with their department, and they say, man, I'm really struggling. I don't think I'm getting through to this individual. Can you help me? Have you ever been here before? And when that happens, your team is successful, because they've got different skill sets, different backgrounds, different levels, but it's at creating that trust and creating that whole team concept. We're stronger together.
Describe the efforts you would take to enhance economic development in the county?
It's, like I said earlier, I get that, tourism-based economy in Cook County, and that's not gonna go away. I mean, it shouldn't go away. I mean, it's such a, my gosh, what a beautiful area. Just incredible, and I get why, the tourism-based economy. But how are you gonna change it? Well, again, we talked a little bit about, attracting entrepreneurs. Well, how do you, it's easy to say, well, let's attract entrepreneurs. How do you do that? You do that by becoming more, thinking like investors or thinking investor friendly, right? Like, what do I need to do and to bring that in? So some of the things I've done in the past, when we wanted to know how we were perceived, is we asked some investors to come in and sit down at the table with us and just ask them the question, why or why not would you continue to do business, with us? And you just have to be prepared to hear some things that you may not want to hear. But it's, you guys are impossible to work with. When I went to Grand Blanc Township, one of the things I heard, I don't do business with you guys, I don't build anything in your community because you're impossible to work with. So come on in and sit down with me. Why are we impossible? What's going on? Well, it's everything. It's from pulling permits to trying to get through your planning department, the cost of REUs on your capital fees for water and sewer. Well, they really weren't different than anybody else's, but that perception had built up so bad. So a lot of it was about having those conversations about perception and saying, well, look, I did a study. If I can show you that, where we are on our capital fees for you to come and do business with us, they're no different. And I'll show you it. And it's like, oh, okay, well, what else you got? So it becomes making things easier to do. With our planning department, we switched over so that they could do e-plan review. Otherwise, they had to submit plans to the planning department, and the planning department only meets once a month. Well, you guys need to fix this, so come back in a month. We'll come back in a month. I talked to somebody, and they told me that, in order for them to get through like 6 or 7 meetings, how much time went by from the time they wanted to start moving to do something in your community to when they could actually do it. I was mortified. It's like, well, gotta be an easier way. Well, there was. It's e-plan review. You can submit them in real time. You submit them, we review it. If we see something that's an easy fix, we shoot it back and we say, hey, log back in and correct this before the planning commission meeting tonight, so that we can take a look at that, so we can get it improved. So I think a lot of that is looking at the structure, making sure that we're putting our best foot forward, and then really it's where do you guys want to go? Is there a difference? I mean, are you not looking to bring in heavy manufacturing? Or, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what fits in the community? What did you plan for? What does our strategic plan tell us about where you want to go? Where does your future land use maps tell you where you want to go? What do you guys want to see? I mean, if you only want it to be a veteran community and, veteran communities for growth, and we want to just keep working the tourist economy, then that's what we'll do. But it's about, what's the vision? What's the community's vision for where we want to go? We want to create some kind of jobs. We want paying jobs that are going to keep people here. I mean, it's having that community-based strategic plan. What are the people telling you? Where do you guys want to go? Do you want to bring in light industrial? Because maybe we can create an industrial park and do something like that. I mean, that's how I look at it, economic development. I mean, there's opportunities out there. We just have to make sure that we're not doing anything, we're not getting in our own way, first and foremost, and then you tell me where you want to go, and then we can start working that plan, put a strategic plan together of how we get there.
So follow up on that, not getting in our own way. So you talk to the investors, you get the perception, you get the facts, and you find out that maybe our fees for construction are too high. And the department, that is the county department, doesn't agree with you. How do you get those two things to work together?
So anytime you're looking at, especially if you look at like capital fees, or if you're looking at, infrastructure fees and the cost to buy in, there's decisions that you need to make. And, there's ways you can certainly do public-private partnerships to work with somebody to help them get through. But the fees, if you really look at your fees and costs of doing business, and maybe they are higher here, maybe there's a reason for it, then should it be subsidized? Are there grants available? Can we create, some sort of a tax increment finance district that will allow us to offset some of those with the idea of future tax capture. I mean, there's a lot of tools in our toolkit available to help us, but it's really at first just shutting down. And again, sometimes the fees are the fees, and they're there for a reason. It could have been that we didn't keep up earlier enough when we should have, and now we got a little bit behind the 8 ball. Well, the only way we can correct it is we're going to have to go. And those kind of things, like with infrastructure, that's all over the country. That's not unique to any individual place. That was one of those ones where people held rates down or held capital fees down, and then all of a sudden they say, wow, we've got an issue, and all of a sudden I got to raise my rates 25% for the next 4 years in a row. Well, not popular. If you're trying to attract investors, that's a sure way to scare the heck out of them. You better have some kind of an incentive to help offset that, or explain what other incentives you could possibly do. Got to incentivize it.
Thank you.
Describe your experience working together with other units of government, including tribal governments, to develop service partnerships.
I told you when I first jumped in with Marquette Township, and we were just embroiled in lawsuits. It was ugly, and it was a mess. The first thing I did was call the city, the mayor, and asked if he could just sit down and have a cup of coffee. Went out there and said, how's this moving us forward? But we've got to find some small wins, because it became so ingrained that people were so dug in against each other. Well, they're the city, well, they're the township, I'm not going to work with them. And so you had to change that. And we found a couple of projects that we could both agree, minor projects, both voice and support to put a road that would help a mine that was being built. Little things that you started to show that you could work together, right? And we slowly changed that perception to where we, there's the Joint Water Authority, there's different things that we can come together on. I think it's important that you continue to work out. It's working with any government, whether it's cities, townships, county, state. You want to make sure that people know who you are. And certainly tribal now with Grand Blanc Township, we didn't have anything with tribal government at all. In Marquette Township, we also didn't have any tribal land. I know it's important here. But what we did have is Keweenaw Bay Indian community had some land on a township that was next to us. They also were looking for support with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the governor of Michigan to be able to move their casino operations to another area. They asked us if we would support that. We certainly did. We wrote letters of support. They ended up buying some property, put it in like a convenience store gas station in our community as we worked with them. But they also, in Michigan, they have this 2% of gaming revenues that they donate to local units of government for charitable purposes. We ended up working with them, and the chairman at the time, Chris Sports, tribal chairman, was so impressed with what we did and how we worked with them that the ask that I had, we were putting in we were revamping a recreational park for kids, and we wanted to the stream of putting in a ice rink, full boards, with a Zamboni guy, and he agreed to give us some money. When the check came, it was actually funny because I called him and I said, I think there was a mistake made. The check is, like 3 times what it was supposed to be. And I didn't want to cash it. I'll return it to you. I just wanted to let you know that you guys made a mistake. And he laughed. He said, that wasn't a mistake. We so appreciate where you're at that when I brought it to, the board, they thought, well, let's give them what they need. Will that help? And I thought, oh my gosh, it will. It's the little things. It's about those lines of communication. I know how important that community is to this community, and I think it's critical that you always have those working relationships. There's going to be areas where you're going to disagree on certain things. That's okay, but you respectfully disagree. You might be going in different directions, especially between competing municipalities and things like that. But you can still work together. It's about working together for the greater good, and it's critical that you reach out, that you're there, that whether it's other, local governments or just other organizations within your community, those lines of communication, you have to be, whether you put committees together, that you're there, you show up, you participate, and you actually care what they have to say to you.
Along with that idea of being involved, because we have a wide variety here in Cook County of educated retirees, young families with children and so forth. How would you become more involved in the county and the communities that surrounding the Grand Marais area?
So I think that's really important. And again, if you look at, I volunteered my whole life. I've been a volunteer, whether it was when I was with youth sports. I coached youth sports for a number of years, both football and softball. I served on board of directors for youth football leagues. I think that, member of the Chamber of Commerce, member of the I-69 Corridor Expedition Development Economic Development Corporation. All of those things I think you want to be involved in. Now, what organizations here, should I be involved in? I don't know. I have to be in the community and start looking, but I can tell you that I understand the importance of volunteers and being seen in the community. That's where you make those networked connections where people start to see that you want to do good in the community, especially as a government representative. You want people to understand that you're there to do good in the community. It's so critical. It's about not just your reputation, but it's your reputation of who you represent, and you're representing the county. I think people need to understand, like, anytime you're out there, I even tell, like, the public works guys, you guys don't get it, but you're out there fixing a broken water main or water pipe in somebody's front yard. To that person, you are the township, right? Even though you're like, I'm just here to fix a pipe. No, you're the township, and whatever that experience will be, that carries out for everybody else who works there. Every single person that reflects back on them. So it's about knowing that when you're in the community, and that's why it's so critical to volunteer. Again, I love volunteer. I love to work with organizations wherever I can.
Please describe a situation that you feel demonstrates your integrity and ethical standards. I'm careful. I'm sure you guys have seen my background, and you know that my last position, they triggered the severance clause of my contract, right? And you probably also saw that there's a lawsuit involved in that. Part of the frustration with that is it was really, I think of it as collateral damage of politics gone wrong, right? Deeply divisive politics in a situation. But as that came forward, you had a group of individuals who were knowingly and intentionally violating federal and state employment laws. Now, I didn't make that public. I reported it to the chairman of the board, and I also reported it to their labor council and said, this is a situation that can get us in trouble. Where they're heading right now is a violation of state and federal employment laws. Here's the laws that they're violating. Here's the incidents. Here's the dates, times. Somebody should probably address it. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, and that's report an ethical violation that could potentially create litigation for us. Obviously, it didn't go well. They didn't appreciate it. Again, I didn't report it publicly. I wasn't trying to embarrass anybody. I was trying to hold up my oath of office, and that was to protect the organization that I was managing. Instead, it got worse, and I got a phone call and a text message that absolutely just threatened me. He said, "You're going to be sorry you did that. We're going to come after you." All I did again was not publicly, nobody would ever know about it, submitted that to the chairman and to the labor council. I mean, I think ethically, I have to. I have a obligation to report when I see something wrong. Now, was it in my best interest? Clearly not. I got terminated over it. But would I do the same thing in the same circumstances? I assure you I would, because it was the right thing to do. What they were attempting to do was the wrong thing, and it hurt the community, and it could have opened us up to significant litigation.
you've already been asked about, please describe additional priorities you see for Cook County.
I think, you know, you guys have done an amazing job. I mean, you think back to the recession. You go back to when the recession hit, none of us knew how long it was going to last or what the impact was going to be. Yet, you know, a decade later, more than a decade later, where are you at on your assessed value? Well, you're not quite back to where you were in 2010. That was your peak, right? Again, not unique to Cook County so much as, you know, one of the things that we just didn't anticipate. Well, now we're almost there. You guys are close to getting back to where you were in 2010, and now COVID-19 and the pandemic will kind of impact that thing head on us. So, you know, I really think that some of the priorities are really being able to think. I mean, it's tough because costs have gone up, healthcare costs have gone up. You know, there's wage inflation, there's all these things that are going up and putting pressure on units of government. And I think we have to be creative in what we do to think of new revenues. And again, I think economic development is one thing that is an area that we have to explore. But we also have to look at any kind of duplication of services, and we have to look where we can save money. You know, maybe we have to do things differently. In Grand Blanc Township, when I got there, I looked at the unfunded liabilities, and without changing any benefit levels to anybody, you know, current employees, what we did is that they had retiree health care. The costs were just ballooning out of control. So what could we do about that? Well, we had to change our investment strategy on where that money was invested. We had to negotiate 7 different labor agreements to take that out for new hires and instead set up a system, you know, where they're going to have an HSA and get that money put into it so that we're still taking care of them long-term retirement, but without those ongoing legacy costs. The program was 13% funded when I got there. When I left, it was 49% funded. And we changed what we were doing. We lowered the overall liability by over $10 million. I think there's just a lot of ways that I can't give you a direct answer without, you know, sitting down and really, like, your finances, looking to see where we're at. Are there opportunities to save money? Because I think the financial constraints, there's more and more calls for service, yet the financial constraints are tough. And again, every community is dealing with this. And I think it's about bringing a critical eye, taking a look, and not doing things the same way we've always done them, because that's the way we've always done them. You have to step back and take a look at it and say, is there a better way to do this? Is there a new way to do this?
Well, 5 minutes left.
That would, you know, that would save us money, because again, revenue is critical. It's about your service. You don't want to start cutting services, right? That's the toughest thing. I mean, I think your need for services are going to continue to go up. So you don't want to, you know, it's not about, well, we'll just create, you know, we can't raise our price. It isn't the, you know, private sector. You can't buy cheaper goods. What are our goods? Primarily, they're our people. I mean, I think you're probably about 50% of your overall costs go to, you know, just paying salaries, wages, benefits, right? I mean, when you think about that, my last committee was 80%. What, 82%? Well, your raw materials are your people. Can you do more with less? Man, in government, I think we've done more with less, quite frankly. I think everyone's done a real good job of doing more with less. At some point, it's about what are we going to do? We have to balance. We have to cut services, or we have to find ways to rethink how we can do things and just try to save money where we can. It's really a critical look at finances and a critical look at economic development to try to increase revenues.
Last question. Why should the Cook County Board select you as our next county administrator?
I will tell you that what I bring to the table, I mean, I don't know the other candidates. I know nothing about the other candidates that you're interviewing, and maybe they're, you know, I'm sure that the year brought you 4 really good, very different, but, you know, very strong candidates, or they wouldn't be here. I can tell you that what I bring to the table is a passion for good governance. I've done quite a bit of consulting off and on in the past with different boards, nonprofits, government boards. I'm a huge proponent of good government, right? And I'd love to change it, one community at a time if I could. But really, it's about, I want to have the impact of creating this powerful leadership team. And I asked you folks this morning how they felt like the leadership team was, did they rely on each other, like what was the culture? And the answer was that they have a good culture. By and large, you have great people working for you. I'm not here to shake that up. I wouldn't be here to shake that up. You've got good people who know what they're doing, let them do it. Let's even strengthen ourselves more from a commission standpoint. I seriously bring to the table about just the need for transparency. I believe in transparency. I believe in strategic planning. I've taught strategic planning for 30 years. I'm immersed in strategic planning. I think if you really spend the time to do community-based strategic planning, it will guide you where you want to go. It will guide you in your budget decisions. It will guide you in your priorities for your annual agendas. And I can help you with that.
Thank you so much for your interest in all this travel and.
Oh, it's beautiful. Not the 800 miles of driving. But we spent a night in Marquette, which we love, on the way up. But just being up here, thank you for bringing me up here because you guys are so lucky. This is absolutely gorgeous. No matter what happens here, my wife and I will be back. We just found a place in between these interviews. We ran over to Cascade, River Falls, and hiked back there. And oh my gosh, she's a budding amateur photographer, and so she was happy. I told her when I leave here, she's already going to have wherever I'm heading next to. I'm not sure, but somewhere in the next half hour, I'll be off to another adventure. You have a beautiful part of the country here. You guys are very successful. You'll be successful whether you're sitting in the seat. I hope it's neat.
Dennis, do you have questions of this group?
I only have one question for you. You guys have had the opportunity to review my background. You had an opportunity to talk to me, you saw the videos, snippets that they did. Is there anything in there that causes any concern for any of you that I can answer while I'm still sitting here in front of you?
Not for me.
No. Fair enough.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dennis.
Best of luck. I know you guys had a tough decision ahead.
Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell personnel your new name is Dr. Dixon.
Sorry?
Should we tell personnel your new name is Dr. Dixon, not that other one that I gave you? What was it, Newman and Gus Dixon? or what?
Ladfoot
Lightfoot
Dixon.
Dixon.
It is probably both.
Doctor.
Well, you know in soil water,
Dr. Ledfoot.
in soil water, we call Phil Dr. Phil. He's how can you says. Dr. Phil.
I'll be back.
I can, oh, you did?
I renamed her Doctor.
You what?
I renamed her Dr. Dixon.
Boy, it's a perfect day, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Even last, I drove, yesterday it was raining when I left home, south of the city. By the time I got up here, the sun was starting to come out, and it was like 5 degrees warmer up here than it was down there, so, yeah. Hey, it's perfect.
Turn the heat on for you.
You did, yeah.
Have you been noticing any of the climate prediction models for the state or the region?
You mean for the winter?
No,
Oh.
the long.
Longer.
The
Yeah.
long term. That this is looking to be, I thought, pretty decent. Aside from the winters, we're gonna lose our winter economy. But
We're gonna lose our winter economy because we still have COVID, so they're still gonna come here. Sorry, David, I mean,
But it's just, it's supposed to, better and better. It's-
Really?
Yeah.
Was that the Farmer's Almanac?
That too, probably.
That too. How's the farmer looking down there?
Oh, it's great.
Are they good crops and all?
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
No, it's about a perfect summer for, plenty of rain,
Mhm.
plenty of heat.
Good.
Yeah, no, I think they'll have a bumper crop.
As long as they
That
can-
might be a bad thing
as long as they
though
can
for
sell it.
prices. Yeah, that'll be the
Yeah,
other part of the dilemma.
yeah.
No, I'm sure the crops look fantastic.
And it's not getting down there this year.
Yeah, that's right, you have a,
I do, but.
Waseca? No.
Waseca,
Yeah, okay. Well, then you see plenty of it, yeah. I was out in western Minnesota a couple of weeks ago, and, it's heavy crop. activity out there too, so. I don't think anybody, at least from what I've seen anywhere in Minnesota, it's been a bad year for crops. So it seems like it's good all over.
Good for Trump.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I grew up in farm country, so. You come back and just, crops are good, everything's fine.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
Don't make any changes.
Yeah, just like the fishermen up here,
Yeah, fishing's good.
Fishing.
Everything's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bombing's good, everything's good.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for all you've done, Terry. It's,
My
gave
pleasure.
us some real good candidates.
Yeah, so good process once we got going again.
Well, I think
What do you do?
it really paid off, actually.
Well,
Kind of something.
yeah, we've definitely seen, we ended up putting several positions kind of on hold for various periods of time, similar to, what we did here, or what you did here. And in some cases, we re-advertised similarly, again, to what we did here. And then we just had new positions opening up, throughout the summer. And the applicant pools are larger in general. So I think, I don't know if I don't know for sure, but I do think this pandemic's had an impact on people saying, I want to go somewhere else,
Yeah, I've read some stuff.
more remote or less populated, which is very, very different than what the trend was prior to that. It
Yeah.
was more like city, want to be close. So, who knows, it's too early to tell if that's real or not. But certainly our numbers have increased.
Yeah, our economy, especially for housing, there's a lot of people looking for,
Yeah.
that's why lots for sale, because.
And housing is kind of an interesting dynamic everywhere. My son and daughter-in-law live in Minneapolis, and they're 30 years old. They're looking for a house, and in the, either western part of Minneapolis or eastern part of Minneapolis or western part of St. Paul, and they can't find a house. The market is just tremendously difficult right now. So everywhere it seems, probably worse here, but just because of the limited supply. But yeah, it's interesting. Doesn't hurt to have interest rates, as low as they've ever been either.
Basically free money.
Yeah, so people are.
It makes you smile.
Ready to go?
Yes, we social distance and crack jokes.
All right. The best kind of jokes, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so Linda's here.
Do you want to hear one? The three-legged dog walked into the bar and he said, "I'm looking for the man who shot my paw." See?
That's not bad.
I know.
That was good.
All right. I'll bring her in. All right. spot, Linda. That's it, so I'll turn it over to the board chair. Welcome you, and then go through questions. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, no problem.
All right.
Welcome, Linda. I'm Myron Bershon, board chair. And we appreciate your interest in coming all the way from Superior or wherever it is to look at Cook County, and we really appreciate that interest. And, we have very good candidates, and you are one of those very good candidates. So, appreciate that. I will just do brief introductions, and we'll get into the interview, and at the end of the interview, you'll have the opportunity to ask us questions if we have time. But I represent District 2, which is across the street going east, outside of town to about a mile or so, and pretty much downtown, and so that's called East Grand Marais. And Jenny is to my right, and she can introduce herself.
And Jeannie Storley, and I represent the West End. So you came through Shorter, Tofty, and Woodson, and that's my district.
I'm Dave Mills, I'm the commissioner for District 3, and that is the west side of Fenway, goes to Cascade River. I'm fairly new, this is my second year of my first term. I'm just 2 years left.
I am Commissioner Dukert, and my district is up that way, up the hill. So if there's any nastiness down here, it came from Brando.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Well, we'll start with question number 1.
All right.
Okay. Please tell us what interests you about this position and highlight key qualifications that make you the best person for the job. No time to be modest.
Sure. Well, I'll see what I can do there. I spent my youth in, I like to say youth versus grew up in, because I'm still trying to keep my childlike spirit, but I spent my youth in central Minnesota. I moved to Superior for college, my undergraduate, and the lake compelled me to stay there. Creative jobs and a variety of work history to lead me to where I am. I love small town Minnesota, and I love the outdoors. I love Lake Superior. I love the everything about what all of that brings. And then there might be something a little off with me, but I also love government. And I've been working in government. I worked in nonprofit. I've worked in for-profit for a brief period of time, and now my last job experience is in government. And that compelled me to pursue my master's in public administration, because I feel like I'm a lifelong learner and I like to get as much information about different things. So I pursued my master's, and although I really do enjoy my job, it is a full job, and I find myself wanting to lean towards the bigger overall arching governance components versus the individual department components. So this feels like a good pairing. I'm not actively, really aggressively pursuing other opportunities, but saw this back in, was it earlier in, I know that October, it's been like almost a year now for the interim, but when it came up again, I was like, all right, I didn't apply for it the first time, and I need to apply for it this time, because I feel like the size of the budget, and from my experience, it's a good pairing.
Thank you.
So Linda, please describe your supervisory and management style.
Sure. I think it's important to set clear expectations and to also lead by example. I act with integrity and honest and trustworthy, and I feel if you model that, you're more likely to receive that and show that you're willing to dive into problems when people are having challenges that they feel like they can't solve themselves, or they need a little extra outside perspective. Sometimes when you're in the thick of things, you need to be just kind of help brainstorm with them. And I really value feedback, and I feel like if you create a culture of openness, that feedback isn't something where you're, you know, trying to extract molars from people, but rather it ends up being that give and take of, you know, I have some ideas, and how can we flush this out, and how can we get to the end result? So I also can make decisions when they need to be made, though. It doesn't mean that I, you know, have to hear from everybody, but I feel like the more I can get feedback when it's possible, that's the preferred. If one of my most least favorite things is this is the way we've always done it, because I feel like that doesn't allow for growth and improvement. So that's really the only time that I'm like, whoa, 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 all right, history is great. It'll lay the foundation for us, but in order to keep progressing and moving forward, you know, there does need to be some creative melding of new ideas as well. So, but like I was saying, like when in emergency situations or when a decision has to be made, I have no problem making that on my own as well, but prefer to include the team or those who are most directly affected whenever possible.
Please describe how you respond to criticism.
I really like constructive feedback. So I think, as I mentioned, I enjoy learning and I enjoy improving myself as well. And so I feel like getting feedback is essential to that. You know, not everyone can articulate it in the most productive way. And so sometimes if it's in a heated situation or if it's not really feeling like they're wanting anything out of it, it's simply listening. I recognize at times it's not personal and at other times it is personal. So if it's meant to be personal, I'll take it personal, I'll take that to heart and probably not respond immediately, but you know, try to figure out what can be done differently and get, again, constructive feedback. And I think that, you know, a lot of times people leave feedback for only evals once a year, and I don't feel like that really helps people grow either. So as much as I don't mind feedback or I like feedback, I try to create that culture as well where, you know, where people are open to it, because that's how things get better.
The Cook County Administrator is a key position in the county. What steps should the County Administrator's Office take to promote the county and increase the county's visibility?
Sure. If you go visit Cook County, there's a Chamber of Commerce. There's a lot of other entities right now that also have that as more of their, I wouldn't say core mission, but a critical mission. And so I think partnerships and fostering those, that support, that development, seeing what other things that the county itself can do to help promote. And, you know, the more you can kind of, there's nothing about doing things on your own when it comes to government. So the more collaboration, the more you can get others to help with that charge is effective. I currently serve on the Governor's Task Force for Wisconsin for tourism. I'm the one Parks and Rec for the state that serves on that board. And I feel like with the experience that I've gotten in my current position and working relationships and kind of, I know it's different, but understanding what entities really thrive at doing certain things, I think that would translate well to really pull on some of those resources and help to enhance them. I love outdoors, and I feel like that's kind of one of the cruxes of Cook County, so to speak, and also just the unique entrepreneurial spirit and passion, and trying to channel that. I'm a Rotarian, so part of that is, you know, making those connections as well, and to get out in front of service groups and just be a part of the community and to encourage others to do that as well. And I think ultimately it really kind of ties back to, or doesn't kind of, but it ties back to what the ultimate goals are. Certainly not my objective to come in and try to boom and grow business and residents and at a pace that isn't comfortable or isn't the desired. So I want to hear from those other, the Chamber of Commerce and the visit Cook County too, and kind of see what they've tried, what they've done, and be able to build off of that. Thank you.
Linda, describe how you believe the relationship between the county administrator and board should function.
Yeah, in a perfect world, policies are set and I make sure that all of the legalities are followed, the day-to-day operations run smoothly. So really that the board can focus on more of the big picture and not get tied down into HR challenges or some of those day-to-day things that can kind of spiral you into a detail. So in the perfect world, of course, that's what I would say is the role, is to kind of help focus on the big picture. I also feel that when things come up, it would be my duty to do research. And I know I said it earlier, one of my favorite phrases that I learned early from one of my mentors is you can't fall in love with your own ideas when you're in government. So, it wouldn't be my duty to bring forward my ideas, but rather to flush out the options. I feel like I'm pretty good at not only playing devil's advocate, but just looking at different sides of things. So making sure that all the options are presented so that when you're faced with a decision, that it's your decision and it's the best research decision and explored decision, so that I'm not guiding you in a way that is my own personal bias, but rather what would be the best outcome for the county as a whole.
How would you create a work environment where people want to come to work?
I think it's a balance of really taking pride in your work and enjoying your work, but knowing what that end goal is and feeling accomplished. When you, sometimes things move slowly and it's, from a big picture, it's hard to see the progress. So I've been working on this for 6 months and we're still here. But really recognizing and taking the opportunity to celebrate those small increments, those successes, and making people feel valued, listened, appreciated, and everyone's at a different place in their career too, and I respect that. So I think what might drive you to come to work may not be the same thing that drives me to come to work, and so being able to recognize where people's values are at and what they're wanting to give to the job as well.
Please describe your involvement in the budgeting and financial process of the organization, as well as your experience with long-range financial planning.
Sure. So at the City of Superior, in particular, is my most applicable budgeting experience for government. And so we've got the regular general fund budget, which we're just going through that process right now. Then I have managed several enterprise funds, so our boat launch fees, our ski passes, and some of those that are rolling over. So I'm familiar with those, so backing up. So the general fund, it's kind of that, what did we spend the last 3 to 5 years? What is going to be different the next year, and how to, kind of just go line item by line item and trying to look at it from a big picture, but then you have to hone in on the details and back. And for the enterprise funds, it's more about, kind of collecting, accumulating, and planning for the big capital projects that need to take place. I found, and I don't believe that it's unique to any one community, but oftentimes the planning and for facilities and maintenance can be deferred, and then you end up in that crisis management. So what I'm really trying to do is try to get ahead of a lot of that, and working with, and so looking at the different things that are coming up and try to foresee that and plan for that. Then I also manage a portion of the capital projects, so golf course, marina, museums, as well as all of the parks. And so, you know, there's plans in place, the master plans and various asset plans, so to look at what's coming up, what's most urgent. Looking at, we have a 5-year rolling projection, but obviously things come up and things change slightly. So trying to, always a constant reprioritization. It seems there's never quite enough funds, always more to do. And I feel like I've been able to very creatively leverage funds too. So with state grants, federal grants, and that ties back to relationships with folks and also doing what you say you're gonna do. So, you know, we were able to secure some last minute land acquisition funding because the state knew that if they gave me funding, it was gonna be spent and it was gonna be done and we were gonna be able to accomplish everything that we said we were gonna set out to do. So that's from the, kind of that grant side of things. But so the general fund, the enterprise funds, the capital, and then I also have currently some different grant funds that are allocated to different organizations. So that's a tricky balance too of how those funds are distributed for the different organizations and supporting them as well.
What was the most creative thing you did in your current or last job?
Well, that's a good question. I like to say that I'm a creative problem solver, so really I was trained in the visual arts and I've really tried to continually exercise both sides of my brain. So on a daily basis, people are saying, well, I never heard of something like that, when are you doing that? But I try to think of a specific example. When I first started, my predecessor, and forgive me if anyone is watching this, that would know the story, but my predecessor said, you know, you've got these couple people in particular, they are the biggest pains, and I'm going to warn you, you're going to be in your job less than a month, you're going to get calls, and they're just constantly complaining about things. And so when I got the call, it wasn't unexpected, but I took the time to really hear their complaints and essentially ended up, in two in particular that I'm coming up with the top of my head, ended up, you know, 3 years later, they're doing projects for the city and they're leading teams and efforts and, you know, they wanted to be engaged and they weren't really, you know, nobody likes to hear can't, should, shouldn't, you know, it's not possible. But they do understand, I think, is how can we get to that point? How, you know, how can you help? What's your level of, you know, how do you want to be involved? And the one in particular, he was very critical of our trail network in the municipal forest. And he was a DOT engineer, so of course he's looking at it through that eye. And it's like, all right, well, let's go walk. What are your ideas? So spent the time with him. And this last summer, his son, who is now also being trained to be an engineer, led a team effort of building another trail. And when I get calls, it's about feedback on, you know, this, now it's completely flipped, where the feedback is, well, this is awesome, and this is what I think that, how we can do it. So now it's like, and there's a different level of engagement. The other one in particular, she did a fundraiser for us, for our department. She did a cross-country run and bike fundraiser, recognizing that, you know, I'd love to groom that way, but the funding doesn't allow for it. So how about you help us raise money? And she's like, okay. So just, I think, trying to leverage people's passion and enthusiasm in a way that can, and it's not always possible, but I'd say that's probably a creative approach that I've taken, as opposed to avoiding calls or not calling people back. That just, you know, that aggravates people more, and I see that being modeled, and that's not my approach, but I know that frequently happens where people are just like, oh, that call, oh, I can't take that call. You know, it's like, all right, here it is. What are we? How can we make this work for all of us?
I get it. There's quite a few people on committees that other people were like, they're the worst ever, and I'm like, just put them on a committee so they understand what we're doing.
And to help them, help like channel that energy in a different direction, because they want to give that energy. So it's either gonna be that negative energy, and I think you can at times turn it, so.
Yeah, very helpful, thank you.
Linda, describe a time when you made a mistake at work. How did you deal with the situation, and what was the outcome?
Well, I'd love to say that I never make mistakes, but that would be a straight lie. I guess the one that comes to mind was a couple weeks ago. We have to write our reports for our department. Get submitted to the mayor of the council, and all the department heads get together, and they're supposed to be reviewing others' reports, and we have a discussion if there is anything, and I write things the way I read them, and autocorrect doesn't always catch things. And I didn't have someone proof it for me. I was in a rush, and when rush happens, mistakes happen. And so a part of my report was talking about the musical instruments that were just placed in one of the parks, and how it was exciting because it was our first ever bongs and xylophones in the parks. And I got a call from the librarian, and she's like, I don't think that that's what you meant to write. And so, it was, I think no one else ended up catching it, but my idea was if someone caught it was to just say it, hey, in case, I just wanted to make sure you were reading my report. But I think ultimately when mistakes happen, it's important to be honest and open about them. People hopefully will learn from them. I try to, for different mistakes, try to take the lessons from them, and also, again, creating that environment where mistakes happen. And so not ridiculing, but really trying to work with people when they do happen to help make them feel like they can come forward instead of trying to cover them up or hide them. So if you hide something, it never ends up turning out well either. So when things like that happen, try to own up to them and try to avoid anything from happening in the future like that.
So describe how you would build trust with the county board and the staff.
I think it was it Reagan who said trust but verify. I feel like when you, as you're getting to know people, it's a matter of doing what you say you're going to do, following through with things, being consistent, being open, being honest, and it's built. Trust is built, and I prefer to give people the benefit of the doubt, but they also have to prove that they are trustworthy as well. Not a skeptic going into it or anything, but at the same time, I do like to verify with things that are getting done, and I see what they're getting done, then I know that there's a level of trust there. I think that goes both ways. If I say I'm going to call you at 10 o'clock and I don't call you, that's a little thing, but it ties into that bigger relationship and that bigger needing to follow through with what you say you're going to do. And so I think it's important when you're first developing relationships to really listen, to get to know where people are coming from, and spend that time. Obviously, it will be impossible to spend hours with each staff member, with everyone, but really try to pull teams together and hear a lot of learning initially on my part. Not coming in with having all the answers, because I would be the newbie, and be a lot of information and experiences that I can apply towards it, but ultimately it's not the same, and I recognize that too. So I think acting with integrity and recognizing when I don't know something and being honest about that as well. I find that I can pretty much figure things out, but I might not know immediately. So just being honest as well to help build that trust.
What is essential for a team to be successful?
Well, I think one of the key points that was just made is trust. I think, you know, people being able to trust that you're going to say what you're going to do. I also feel that having a common goal that you're working towards. So sometimes people need to know the why. They need to know what it is that, you know, yes, there are these steps, but if they don't know the end goal, and maybe those aren't the same steps that they would take or I would take, but, you know, getting to that end goal and really making people feel that they're listened to and that their ideas are considered. They may not always be implemented, but ultimately wanting to have everyone have a voice and feel engaged in their work. And again, recognizing where everyone is at in their career. People are at different, you know, not everyone is going to be a go, go, go person. And if you try to put your style onto someone else, you're not going to get the most effective team member there either. So recognizing, building that team, building off of each other, I think those are all pretty important components, as well as the feedback piece of it. And that I mentioned earlier, that I think it's, people need to, some people more than others need to know where they sit with things, and if they feel like they're kind of out there in their own bubble, they start floating off, you know, so, you know, wanting to keep people engaged in that respect as well.
Thank you.
Describe the efforts you would take to enhance economic development in the county.
Yeah, I think that I always think of economic development in a certain way, that it's strictly business. And from that respect, I don't have the level of experience as like someone who's trained as a development director, for example. But you've got a couple different, you've got a small business development, and there's also, I'm forgetting what it is, but it's, I can see the logo, like a bigger team for Cook County as well. So I think, and there's a variety of already different incentives and grants and infrastructure components to it. There's the, you know, creating TIP districts and various things. But I think ultimately looking and talking with and seeing what's been done to a greater degree than I have and that I am familiar with. And there's, you know, looking at are there, you know, task force committee structures and who are the people that are on those. I think ultimately businesses are one of the biggest advocates for businesses coming, you know, and so if those businesses say, yes, I feel supported, I feel that this is a great place to do business, other people will see that as well. Then there's, you know, the different opportunities of, you know, state level and other support that's out there, and that's what I'm not really as familiar with as other than how it applies to where I'm at currently. But I think that there are a lot of good things that are already in place, and so it's just a matter of, you know, diving into those a little more and looking at what's worked well and what other ideas, you know, could be generated from that.
Thank you.
Describe your experience working together with other units of government, including tribal governments, to develop service partnerships.
Sure. So I worked for Animal Allies for a while, and we worked very closely with the city and developing agreements, and that's actually how I came to decide that I wanted to work in government, was from that angle. And since I have been working for the city of Superior, there's a few different, I have a handful of committees, and one of them is for the Wisconsin Point, and that has all the different property owners, including Fond du Lac, the DNR, the university, and county, and And so that committee is advisory only, but an opportunity to really be able to flush through all the different perspectives, and has given a much broader respect, developed a much broader respect for me for the different approaches, and recognizing that federal entities, state entities, tribal entities, they all have a slightly different approach. Overall, it's still that bureaucratic process of sorts. In particular, with the Wisconsin Point and Fond du Lac tribe, there was a project that was kind of in the motion, or kind of in the planning for more than a decade. And when I came into the position, we were able to move it forward to fruition. Part of that was really developing the trust and timeline that worked for the tribe, but yet trying to keep them on our timeline as well, and that fine balance. There was a chapter 106 consult that was led by the NOAA. So that was led at the federal level, but being able to follow up and address the concerns, I feel like that was probably one of the most intense public meetings that I've facilitated as well for that project. So I had tribal representatives who were non-residents of the tribe, who didn't have a voice from the tribe, even though they were tribal members. I might have said that wrong earlier, but they're tribal members, but they're not tribal residents. So really being able to help bridge that as well. You know, the typical tribal historic preservation officer was there, and the tribal members were there, but they were like, you know, this is up to the tribal government, and so trying to help just kind of facilitate that. I was told by Fond du Lac that it was a prime example of how they wanted relationships to go with this project. We got a full letter, a resolution of support for it to move forward, and they said that it was that, you know, just how the process went was kind of ideal in their mind. So I didn't really handle it any differently than I would handle any other relationship, so to speak. I feel like it was just kind of, it was more at where they wanted to be at their level, and you know, offered to attend the tour with them, with their bus tour, and they declined that offer. And you know, just meeting them where they're at, and gently nudging forward with deadlines and timelines on things, recognizing that again, things move slow sometimes, and forcing something or surprises, jamming something down someone, you know, communication-wise, people don't like that. I don't think anybody really does. So try to keep them up to speed with all the time when there are things that, issues that are applicable to them. They had a tribal on site, did periodic shovel testing throughout, and you know, again, made sure that the contractor didn't move forward with things. Really had to, you know, be on the contractor that this is how it's going to be, and it is critical that you're not jeopardizing that relationship for us either. And we most recently went, you know, kind of continuing on with that, had the listed on the state registry, the cemetery on Wisconsin Point. And it's although it's city property, the tribe really feels, and as they should, value and connection to that cultural history, and making sure that they were okay with the process and keeping them up to speed, even though they couldn't technically stop the process, wanting to make sure that they were involved and included, as opposed to, you know, just kind of not taking their opinions, things into consideration, because again, that's just not good business as far as I'm concerned. So, work with the county currently in my city position all the time on different partnerships, getting easements and funding and a variety of things. So, I feel like the experience is kind of it is, I'm trying to capture it right there. So. I know it's been a long day for you, so I'll try not to ramble on too much.
Well, you just answered my question.
Oh, no.
So I'll go on to David. No, but your involvement in all of that and your county and committee is very commendable.
Thank you.
So-
The other thing that gets a little tricky is they're advisory only. So, you know, there was a time when they advised against a project that the city council ultimately voted in support of. And so at that point, you know, trying to make sure that although they understood that it's kind of out of our hands and how that went, but at the same time that their input is valued. And that's a tricky balance too, because nobody likes things to not go the way they voted it to go, but when you understand the budgetary implications, it made perfect sense, but that wasn't the perspective that they were coming from with it.
Thank you.
Well, there's probably a little bit of nuance with what your question was. It was
Thank you, Dave.
describe how would you become involved in the county as communities. So
Sure.
more our county and our community here. How would you become involved here?
Well, I think part of it is just getting to know more than just as a visit says I have, you know, really getting involved, getting to understand more the different committees and businesses and service groups and who some of the key players are. And the key players aren't always those who are in the room either. And so just integrating, advocating for and being a part of. You know, I mentioned it earlier, I'm in Rotary, and prior to working for the city, I was on different nonprofit boards and realized that it was harder for me to pick and choose favorites, and so that was a way for me to stay connected to a lot of nonprofits and engage the community, but not serve on 50 boards and not be picking and choosing favorites. So I know there's a branch in Cook County, so that would be, you know, something that I would do right away would be to get involved with Rotary. I also think I never turn down a speaking engagement, not because I like it or I'm comfortable with it, but rather because it shows that level of engagement. You know, if someone wants to come and speak about something, unless there's like a hard-pressed reason to schedule conflict or whatever it might be, and just to take up those engagements as well. Never really been a set 8 to 4 person and be available after hours for things. Be flexible with that, and you know, not everyone can make a meeting and between those hours either. So recognizing the importance of being flexible for engagement and getting to be available for people.
Well, describe a situation. Please describe a situation that you feel demonstrates your integrity and ethical standards.
I am the liaison for the golf course management, and this is the first year that we have had a new management company for over 20 plus years, and went from an individual to a corporation. And I was invited to attend a meeting and then go play a round of golf with the regional manager and the on-site GM, and they said, the round's on us, you know. Well, thank you, but you know, I need to pay. And he said, well, isn't that funny? Wisconsin just seems to be the most straightforward, ethical people. Like, you know, if I was in Virginia, because they manage courses all around the country. If I was in the state of Virginia, and I watched them go into the other states, but they would say, yes, and buy me lunch too. So, you know, I don't want to ever accept favors, so to speak, because it's you never know when that's gonna come to, and there's a boundary there too, of like paying for services and not, and it's, so that would be an example. Mhm.
Other than what you've already been asked about, please describe additional priorities you see for Cook County.
You know, I think there are some real challenges that the world is facing, and especially our country with COVID. I think and part of that ties into finances, and so I think diversification on financial dependency is an important priority, and looking at other options. I think long-term, different levels of efficiencies. Obviously, I'm not able to come in and just, garner that right away, but look at things from a different perspective. I know it's both a blessing and a curse, so to speak, to have someone coming in from outside the community. So it would be a blessing because it's a fresh set of eyes, a fresh perspective. And then, yet there's a lot of that building of trust and relationships that is slower, which is the kind of the curse behind it. But I feel like it would be critical to also see when, and I admit that I didn't look into it, but what the strategic plan is and where that's at, and if it's time to look at some strategic planning. Because ultimately, I've been working for you and for the county, and so looking at where really the priorities and some of those goals, where they lay right now, and what things need to still happen to make those happen. Thank you.
Last question
Okay.
from us. Why should the Cook County Board select you as our next county administrator?
Well, I think that you should select the best candidate, and I would hope that I would be the best candidate and the best fit for it. I feel like I have a applicable experience in government and in management and in team building and relationships building. That I have the drive and the passion and the commitment. Education, and I know it's a tough decision ultimately, so I think that if I'm the best candidate, then that would be
Any questions you have of us, and you could address it to me, I'll try to respond, but I'd like to have everyone have the opportunity to respond to each question, so
Sure.
we have some time.
Okay. I would be curious as to what success looks like for you for this position, and how success is measured.
Well, wow, that's a long one. I'm trying to be very brief. I'm a process-oriented person, and so I think creating good working relationships and processes for going about how we're going to meet our goals, strategic planning and all those things, processes about working with people and being participative with the other decision makers, I think are very important. If all those things come together, it seems like it works out. But it is the key person. And the county administrator is what makes it work. You're a facilitator, a leader, sometimes making tough decisions, and you're sort of the bottom line when it comes to personnel issues. Sometimes working with the HR department. So it's a very, very important decision. It's dynamic, and I believe that personal relationships with people is very important, as well as professional.
I feel that working with the county as a board and then with administrator to have a vision the longer scope, sort of the strategic plan. And then on top of that, to be flexible about how things could go, or if they don't go that way, then we figure out how they should be going to go. And then persistence. I think that's important too. And when somebody thinks it's important, then tell me why it's important to you. You might have your mind changed too. So those are some of my values.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think success in the administrative position would be continually improving our big county, our big city county culture, our staff, our leadership within the organization, and also the outreach outside of the organization throughout the county. Having that consistent and persistent dialogue and being very open and addressing concerns in a very steadfast way and still being flexible and responsive. And then, yes, having that long-term vision, establishing that, developing that, and working towards it. How it's measured is, I guess, also through communication and dialogue, both at the county, the little county, the community-wide level, and as well as just internally too, and then taking the feedback.
Or the job of administrator as a whole for anyone that comes into the position is continuing with what changing to administrative government has done for us. We now have our budget figured out and we have a plan and we're moving forward, but we still need a strategic plan for 5, 10, 20 years.
About 5 minutes left.
And we also need to have a building plan. And the way to measure that is when I walk into this courthouse and there aren't tiles popping out of the floor. When I walk into the highway department and one office doesn't have a space heater and the other office have a fan on, because we finally brought that all together. And then if you were to be hired, a goal or project for you specifically is we have some members of our community that feel that they're not listened to and that they're not important and that they don't matter and that we don't care about what they think or feel. And that's part of what you share with us and how you bring things together. And the way to measure that is that we will no longer have public comment, that people come in and they're angry and upset and infuriated and yelling and screaming and not responded to. We won't have truth in taxation meetings. We won't have people picketing out in front of our courthouse. We will have people that feel loved and honored like they should be. Thank you.
Anything else?
Well, if we have time, I'd be curious why each of you ran for the position, and if you feel like maybe that has changed since you've been in the position, like your reasoning as to why you, so if there was a specific reason you ran, if now that you're in the position, if that has changed at all.
Wow. I think one of the reasons I ran the primary reason was I was very concerned about financial planning and fiscal management for the county, and lack thereof in all respects. It was sort of a year by year in a vacuum kind of thing. So we've had some really good people come together, and I think we're in much better fiscal shape. I can't take credit for that at all. But I certainly was encouraging it and hopefully had some influence.
Do you think that the position, or the fiscal position was different than you thought it was, or do you think it has evolved?
I think it was maybe worse than I thought it was.
Okay.
When you get into it. But I think we're in a good situation thanks to people even before that, so it wasn't, I'm not saying I made a difference or anything, but definitely we all worked together, and the administrator was good at finance, and that was very helpful.
we're just looking for a change. Every once in a while that comes around. And Commissioner Bershheim, they were concerned about our financial situation. And I think as a team, we've come a long ways, and those before us sort of paved the way in terms of having us relook at our budgets and relook at our priorities and all of that. And I think we have accomplished a lot. Not everything, but we've accomplished a lot.
I ran, there was, and maybe still is, but I guess I'm in a much different perspective. A lot of turmoil and a lot of financial challenges and public outcry and some tough decisions. And I felt supportive of those decisions and felt it important to continue on that path. Not that I have a financial expertise whatsoever, but I trust and respect the opinions and advice of professionals and want to work with that. And so largely it's just to stay level-headed, minimize drama, and I feel like that is, I think it's very important to have stability. I'm not saying, a good shakeup is not in order when necessary, but I wanted to insert myself and try to keep things a little more steady. Yeah, that's still why I like being in positions to try to work towards that and to build a better culture within the organization. And,
I lost a bet twice. The last time was worst ever. I thought for sure 5 people would run against me and I could just say, I tried. And no one ran against me, so I failed miserably. And then the reason why I did not run again is kind of the flip of why Dave ran. Dave ran to help alleviate the drama, and I don't see that happening. And I, like I stated, have community members who don't feel heard, and I don't feel heard. So someone else can step in and maybe I'll be back someday.
So you didn't bet this last time?
No, and I should have, because my husband was offered $30,000 by a citizen in my district to get me to run again.
Wow. That's low with ego.
Not.
Nobody heard that.
I said not for $1 million.
Thank you so much for
Well,
your
thank
interest in
you.
us.
But it's a great job, don't let me steer it.
No, I appreciate all of your time, and I understand the complications of making the decisions. I respect that as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Thanks, you too. Have a good trip.
Thanks.
One light in here.
When you guys have your
Well, there's
discussion,
been one light.
you're gonna
So,
move the balloon that
Did you
leads
need
to
it?
square.
you didn't keep one of those.
This camera can see you guys now, because you can focus it.
Yeah, take a break. We'll take care of this.
Hey, I was
Just take a-
You can slip it.
Yeah.
So, the doors will lock, or the doors are locked now?
The doors are locked.
Do you want me to hold the door for you, Dave?
Well, I was just gonna say, you don't
I'll
have
hold
to
the
hold
door for
it.
you.
First I'm gonna use the restroom, but then I want to go to the car, and then I'll come back.
Now the hold is on your.
maybe just do, you know, we just do the whole entire.
Yeah, we'll be in town.
No, I think you're just gonna start here.
I can sit wherever. Yeah, just maybe back up there, Myron.
Not like cutting over just the camera, that'll be good.
This will be fine, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And we still got good spacing, so.
Did you have a note for me
A note for you?
about the dates? Or are you just gonna send them to me?
I was gonna send them to you.
Yeah.
But let me just go here before you go to that. Thank you for remembering that. My brain is fried. It's beyond fried. I can't even ask the question. I'm so glad I'm not the only one.
La, 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 la.
I know, right? And one of them will be Zoom, the other one they want to do mask to mask. That was LEOS. They were
Oh,
pretty
down
down
here.
there.
Okay.
So I will set up in
Sure.
this room.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I was reading comments.
Excuse me, I just find humor in things sometimes. Oh, my. No,
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Did anyone order pizza?
Oh, thank you.
One more thing.
Okay.
No, I did not.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah.
The last time we did interviews, we had somebody brought in.
I think the Portland was supposed to be.
He's joshing.
Doing what? Having
Well, we'll be along quicker than pizza.
That during COVID, restaurants are open up to 10 and there's not 10 of us.
So I suggest you, yeah, just kind of go through the department head feedback there as the first thing.
It is very late in the day. I just put a whole sentence into one word.
I saw your email
Oh,
and
you
I
haven't
could- I
written
don't
it.
have access to that, so I
That's
wrote it
okay.
down, so.
Because I'm done here with the implementations, my suggestion is going to be a subset of their first students.
Yes.
Okay.
wouldn't be a personnel committee, so
Okay.
that should be the commissioners.
No, what senior personnel committee doesn't have commissioners?
Two, yes.
Yeah, so usually what I suggest is that a subset of the board be appointed to assist with negotiations, because otherwise, every time they talk, it has to be a public meeting, you have to schedule it, so it could take weeks. So when we have a subset of the board representing that, then it moves a lot quicker.
Okay, so we could use the representatives from personnel to.
Yep. And you,
Yep.
so
Let's
that,
do that.
that's my, yeah, that's my, will be my suggestion.
That sounds
We
good.
could probably spend a few minutes afterwards to, like, either conference or like, they all.
Yeah.
Some of the details, so otherwise, I mean, for broadcast, I'm the detail.
I'm tracking now.
I mean, it's, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Okay, do you want us to fill out the candidate ratings?
You don't need to yet, if you don't want to, we can, I'll kind of talk through your options there.
Okay.
When everyone's done, just kind of give me a.
Man, you're too fast, man. Holy cow.
I didn't go out to the car.
Dang. Touche.
I still can read fast, but not as much as I used to. almost 4 years of county government, so I can sit longer than I used to.
Not to be
So I've been a very active person in the city, county, all about.
Sorry, I'm texting Mr. Chair, but today is my anniversary, so I'm updating my husband of when we might see each other.
We should be out of here by 9 or 10.
You know what, he's quite used to that.
If things go well, it'll be 8:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get
How
boots?
many years?
Socks, or-
How many years?
15,
15?
15 that we're married, yep.
Wow. I thought you were too young for that.
Nice try, Myra. I'm not running for office or anything, so you don't need to see me
Never hurts,
I'm
does it?
sincere.
talking. That's pretty good, because on the EDA, they call me a pup, because they've all been married for 40 years, or 50 years, or 60 years. No, Dave, I gave him his present early, he got an iPad. All good relations need devices to keep each other apart. You're being smile over
Technology.
It's great. You can text your partner from next to them.
So it looks like we might be ready to go. Is that
All right.
all right?
Tell us what we're doing.
All right, so, first of all, I think the question is whether or not you're ready to move to the next phase, either just to have a discussion or actually to begin to discuss the possibility of where you're at from a decision-making standpoint. My suggestion for you is actually twofold, or two different options for moving forward. One is you have a little evaluation form that I gave you. You could certainly go through that, complete that. Or we can simply go around and you can each say where you're at. If you have a top candidate, or two, and then see where you're at. A lot of times, at this point of the process, things come together pretty well, pretty close. Not always though, so I always sort of start with the easiest path forward, and if you're all on the same page, for example, there's no need for a lengthy discussion. However, if you're not on the same page, that's where we need to, engage in a little bit more dialogue about the next step. So, first thing is, I guess, do you feel ready to at least talk about some ranking of candidates?
Yes.
All right, good. That's where most boards are at this point, so you passed the first test. Just
How many points do we get for that?
Yeah, no awards are given, just, pats on the back if I could, but I can't even do that, so.
Virtual.
So the second is just to say, if you want to fill out that evaluation form, you can, you don't have to, or we can just go around and you can say, here's where I'm at, if you are at a certain place, and then we'll see where things shake out from there, so.
I don't want to fill out the form.
You do not want to?
No, but I'd like to talk, Heidi's already done with the form.
Yeah. We'll talk about candidates. If you want to just go through each candidate and talk that through, again, we can do that. Certainly there's going to be a chance to talk about candidates. Usually what I try to do is just get people, see where we're at, get things out on the table, and then talk it through from there.
I'm happy to start if that's okay. I can be very vague, but I can just give you a vague sense of where I'm at, if that's okay.
You can be more than vague.
Well, I think it might be helpful to start slow.
All right.
Maybe not, but I'm just
Okay.
gonna start. I'm pretty comfortable with 3 of the 4 candidates. I'd say I'm very comfortable with 3 of the 4 candidates. Of those 3, there's one I feel like doesn't quite have the experience, and I think a lot of experience. And so for the other 2, it comes down to what does our county need, what does our organization need as far as skill sets and the fit. And so when I look at things that way, I come down to 1 candidate. The question is where is everyone else at? And if it's the same candidate, and that's why I'm being vague and cautious.
You want to write it down and turn it over?
Yeah.
And we'll
All at the same time, you on the board or something?
I can get some cards and, yeah, look at that.
First name starts with.
Yeah, and if you like, I'm happy to.
I just put it out there. I mean, I think you're all,
Yeah.
willing
Yeah,
to.
so my number 1 pick would be James. And I was very impressed with the video interviews and his resume, but did have concerns with his resume. Not concerns. I saw maybe weaknesses. And then I was very impressed with this interview in person. It was the first interview though, so I was like, oh, just simmer down, Dave. And sure enough, the other candidates were also strong, but I felt that I feel that his emphasis on his perspective on the structure and the team building, everyone spoke to it, but the way he spoke of it, it felt more developed and more experienced with that. And then reading through the department head's notes, I was like, oh, it seemed like a similar conclusion, and that gave me a lot more confidence with that leaning. So,
Okay.
and if the commissioners want me to go down my other 2, I'd be happy as well. But I'd like to hear other people because I've been talking this whole time.
Yeah, I think we can loop back if need be. I think someone else should, whoever.
Okay. Like Dave, I wanted to go beyond the first one and be open about the other ones. I think they were really fantastic candidates. My limited experience with this compared to last time, these were stellar. However, in reading what department heads said and my notes, I would pick James. I like the fact that anybody who walks in with a 3-ring binder really looks like they are in for all kinds of information.
There was nothing in it though.
I'm just kidding.
Jenny, my first roundtable forum on the radio was somebody who came in with a 3-ring binder and laminated, so my feeling is opposite.
Well, I didn't see
that. Get it out of here.
I never saw anybody like that. And the fact that he'd done a lot of research on this, I thought that was really important for him to express that and be aware of the county. And I felt that in looking at some of the teamwork rankings, he was very high, and in working with others and energy, because we all know, right, it takes a lot of energy in his job. I was impressed with that. And the fact that I used to live in Kansas City. I know exactly where he's from in Johnson County. I mean, that's a side. The other 2 probably are the same, maybe that Dave picked.
Yeah, we can come back to those.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Yeah, if need
Okay.
be.
Yeah.
We're getting down here now, there's only 2 of you left. So.
Okay, Myron just said I have to go.
You can
Is the
defer.
chair gets to point
Refer
out.
to me if you want, I'll go over there.
So, my number 1 pick on here was my number 1 pick to begin with. And And mostly, my concerns with your pick is the education, but I just got hired for a job without the education. And I think I'm fabulous, as you all know. So I can waver on that, he ends up number 3 on my list. But because I did the sheet, Dave, it's the little points there, so he could easily move into the 2 and very strongly move into the 2 because of the comments of the staff and where they're at. And my number 2, I also came to the same conclusion as the staff, is they are great and positive, but just not quite ready, and it's that experience point. And the number 1 thing that's important, not just to the department heads, but our entire team, which is well over 100 people, is experience and not education. So my low points in education. For the staff, it's the experience. And so my number 1 pick is Dennis, and he has more experience, he has the education, and he did well on the interviews, in my opinion. Honestly, some of the interviews I couldn't even, sorry, that's your consultant, but some of them I didn't even finish watching. But that doesn't mean I can't be swayed. I'm just thinking of not only the staff that had input, but the entire staff and where their feeling is and how uncertain things have been over the last couple of years and how uncertain things are with COVID. To have someone with the education to understand exactly what the job of administrator is and the experience of different difficulties. And clearly, Mr. Lamada has had some recent difficulties and challenges and things happen that could quite frankly break a person and cause them to not want to do this job anymore. And he's stuck with it. So I can be swayed, but that's why I went with that one.
Well, I was really impressed with James. He was pretty high in my list going into it, but his research, his plan, 30, 60, 90, he really, I think there's a sense of sincerity there that convinced me, and yeah, I've been around a long time, I'm fairly skeptical, but the sincerity of coming and his reasons for coming, I think it was beyond just looking for a job. He communicated that, but I think he expressed it so much by his actions, he really spent some time checking us out. He has, both a bachelor's and a master's degree, so I think he's very qualified. So I also think one thing about it, and it's maybe a bias of mine, he's worked in some pretty interesting situations. Extremely challenging to work in these big organizations. I'm sorry, but and I think he's come away with it being humble. He didn't want to come in and impress us. There was just there's sometimes in interviews that they say that it clicks, or it's an affirmation, or it's the aha, or and he had it with me. He really did. I don't know, there was something there that I thought, wow, he's pretty special and highly qualified. The others are too. I'll leave it at that, but there was no one.
Can we talk about education?
Yeah, excuse me, maybe I misunderstood it.
Well, that's where I'm confused, because
Yeah.
you're right, he has a master's, but not in administration. And he hasn't been to school, I'm not even gonna say out loud. And when you look at Dennis.
He hasn't been to school.
in a long time.
All right,
Sorry.
there we go.
You know, when you look at Dennis Lamada's education, he has business administration and marketing and public administration within the last couple of years.
Oh, I was looking on their education summary, it says he holds a bachelor's degree in business administration.
I think
I
what-
don't think he doesn't have a master's degree, does he?
Sure, James has a master's degree in public affairs, not public administration. Or administration of any
I
kind.
can see where you view that. It depends upon the university.
And the age of the degree. I mean, things have changed a lot in 20 years. I mean, a degree from the 90s is,
Well,
If you're a doctor, it's
So
one
I would
thing.
I would be cautious about timing of a degree.
because you
I
can
mean,
have
you could
continuing
throw
education.
anyone out who graduated before a certain time with that kind of
Right,
approach. I would not, I would not do that if I were you, but,
okay.
I mean, that's,
Yeah, and I'm not totally, I'm just, that there's no degree in administration, there's no training in administration, there's no certificates in administration, and that's where I'm nervous. Does that make sense? Do I have no reason to be nervous?
Well, let's look at his professional experience then.
Yeah, and I scored higher on that, but he still doesn't have city or county government.
yeah. Yeah, county good.
James?
Yeah, well,
Kansas, the Johnson County as public health, not the entire county. He wasn't the county administrator.
Right,
He was like
right.
Allison McIntyre, the director of the department.
Yeah.
I know I'm not in this discussion, but Jay was the same, he was public health and things.
I understand that, we're not gonna talk about what happened with that. That also had its flaws, and that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and Dennis is my number 2. And that's where I turned to, and we have different processes, you're
Yeah.
quantitatively doing it, and maybe I should go through that exercise too, where I was coming from, well, I certainly would if I was struggling more with my decision, but where I was coming from is, what do we as an organization need, what do we as a community need, what skills and what vision or emphasis of a new administrator, what are we looking for? And what I felt like was Dennis was like, if you are financially in the straits, like, this is the guy, fix it, I feel like our community is more, and I don't think we're not in dire circumstances anywhere, but I feel like James is more in a position to grow us in a more holistic way, with more culturally and values and just, and especially within the organization too. And so that's where I felt like he would be a better fit there. But both, again, I would be comfortable with both, but I feel like with what our needs are.
I think we're in dire straits when it comes to our relationship with the community. So
Sure.
that kind of leads us to being partially in agreement. Because James, maybe
Yeah.
how you see it is more of the community collaborator.
Yes, yeah, I think, yeah. So we see it differently. You see it as we are in dire straits that way. I see it as, I don't see us in dire straits so much, but that he could help that. more.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, we come to the same thing
Sure.
together.
Weird,
Um,
so weird.
Yeah. But thank you for listening, because often I have been in agreement with commissioners and they talk over me and argue with me when I'm agreeing with them, so thank you.
Well,
I was impressed with James's statement here about performing a full range of administrative duties, including supervising 40 staff members and directing oversight to all departments, budgeting, accounting, billing, and customer service functions. I thought that was,
And that's where Jay Keith really differed, because he had a much larger budget and staff than James does. I mean, he came in with a broader,
Well,
Background.
so maybe let's talk about that. So larger staff, now he does not have a large staff his staff previously may have been larger than your whole county staff.
Yep.
So, in just a single department, so I think it's important that
Yeah.
the county experience side was a department head in a major metropolitan
Oh.
But
county.
see, his experience, he only had 40 staff.
No, next page.
Next page, with Johnson County. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to debate, I just
40
wanted to.
departments, holy.
Yeah, but that's why I was like, I can't
I
really.
mean, so there's kind of that scale.
Yeah,
Is-
that,
in-
thank you, I missed that page. So I missed that line there, so that means a little bit.
I think it was James that really came up with an insight that I have been thinking a lot about. Was how should deal with some of the people that can't afford housing. He knows housing really well. And that kind of insight, looking at, whatever he's done to research it, but I thought, wow, that's something we don't talk a lot about, but I'm certainly looking at it a lot differently than I did in the beginning in my tenure. And if I continue, that this is a big area that we have to deal with. We have to work with the city on it, but, so that insight was, ooh. But I'm Dennis, right? I came in #2, quite a bit down, but I was hoping Linda would be better. I had ranked her higher
Yeah.
in the beginning.
In the
but
initial one,
that
yep.
the experience
We all
showed
did,
through
Linda.
today.
Yeah, I think the staff's input is what turned me a little bit.
Yeah, it was there today, and yeah, but there's a lot of potential there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's, I was like,
Right.
gotta start somewhere and, this. I mean,
EDA director.
Well, geez, yeah, no joke.
Sorry, Mary, I still love you until you're ready to retire.
Right, yeah.
Well, it's gonna take big salary. Okay.
Well, so 3 of you are in one place. one of
Nope,
you-
I can go on their shift.
Okay, so, all right.
Do you know what it's like to be the only one over here?
I was gonna say, don't make it easy, sorry.
Yeah, no, I like it easy.
It's her anniversary.
Yeah, yeah. she
I'm
was
hungry,
going
Dave.
And he didn't share any of what he was eating.
No.
It would have killed me, I'm allergic to everything you eat,
Oh.
that's why he brought it.
Oh, is that why you moved
Take
further
care.
away from him as well?
Carol.
I made the Norwegian distance, which is 12, not
Yeah.
16.
Yeah, why do we have to be so close?
Yeah.
6 feet?
Now,
My body
so
is
I don't want to
huge.
be presumptuous here, but are we gonna pick a #2 in case, or are we gonna go?
Well, my general recommendation is to never pick a #2
Okay.
until #1 is out.
All right.
Because that dynamic could change slightly if, when you remove one. So my general advice is no. Let's
Okay.
just get it done with your top candidate. And if that does not work, then we talk.
Okay.
I love get her done.
So, yeah, that's right, let's make a deal. So my suggestion for you is this: if you are ready to move forward, that you take or pass a motion that simply says, offer the position to and negotiate with fill in the blank. And then the negotiation part, what I suggest that you do is, this doesn't have to be by motion, but is to have the personnel committee of the board be designated by the board to act as your representatives. Because I will handle the direct negotiation, but I need direction, and I need, if there's questions that come up, then I need somebody to bounce those off. And negotiations with the full board, you'd have to schedule a meeting every time to conduct negotiations, and that's way too cumbersome in a fluid process. So you don't have to do what I'm suggesting you do for that, but that is my suggestion, is that your personnel committee be charged with carrying that out.
The only tweak from that is in the past, we've included Brady, because he's our auditor, and he's not on the personnel
Do you
committee.
want me to see if Brady's in?
No, not now, not now, during, when you decide what to pay someone. When you have those discussions, like,
I don't think.
When you
well,
make the offer?
I don't, so, it's your call. It would be extremely rare for me to work with an auditor on that unless
Okay.
they were the highest representative of the county, and that's, you know, other than
elected.
commissioner, and that's not the case here.
It is kind of, he's elected, same as us.
Yeah, but you, no, he's not the same as you. He's elected to be the auditor treasurer.
Yep.
He's not elected to make this decision or be
Yep.
part of
Yep.
this decision. So I see it very differently. If you wish to include the auditor treasurer, fine with me.
Okay.
But I can't remember the last time that I actually did that in a county that had an administrator, had an HR person. So if you want to, that's fine.
Yeah,
It's not a-
and maybe it's because we didn't have an HR person. It was
Yeah.
2 commissioners, Brady and Molly again.
And it was probably because,
The contract.
well, he's got the financial, you know.
He's got the financial background and
expertise,
she's got the
so-
legal background.
But,
Well, the financial expertise is simple. Here's the salary schedule. Where do you want them to land? That's not up to the auditor, that's up to you.
yeah.
Yep,
So,
I'm
and
fine with that.
as far as the county attorney, certainly the agreement should be reviewed.
Okay,
But that's a legal review, that's not a policy review.
okay.
You're the policymakers. So, but again, if you want to make the group bigger,
Nope, I'm fine with it.
fine with me, but I don't have any need for that, other than, like I said, the
Well,
county attorney should review.
I'm fine with the personnel, maybe those two, are you, Jamie?
Well, I'm not a,
No, I'm just saying, you're okay with that?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I think we're at a point where I guess as board chair, I'd entertain the motion.
I have a question before you do the
Oh,
motion.
go ahead.
Has this been posted as a meeting where we make decisions? Because usually the interview isn't posted that way, and we just agree, but we don't make a motion, and then the motion's made at the next board meeting. So do we know if this was properly posted?
posted as a special
Yeah, well, then you're
Okay,
fine.
then we can.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, it would be.
Question.
Yeah.
I'll just verify.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as it's
I'm not
posted.
saying keep till it's verified. Trust the verify. I like that quote.
Okay,
She's
So we're
gonna
ready.
verify, I
okay.
Sorry to be the part of Uber all the time.
No, you're awesome.
Thanks,
I
Dave.
stand by that.
It's a
statement.
County Board of Commissioners special meeting.
think.
Yay!
So you're covered then.
Let her rip, Dave.
So, I would entertain a motion to nominate a candidate that we're going to pursue negotiations with.
And I'll move to pursue negotiations with James York.
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor, aye, raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Can I do the following motion?
Yeah.
Are we ready?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do it.
The next motion, not that I have anywhere to be. Or are we not done?
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I feel like clapping.
Yeah, no, it's a good day.
I just want to get some initial months.
You're gonna make a lot of that.
So
We can
just
do that,
the two.
the two of us.
We can, we can.
I have time.
Okay. 'cause
I
we
want
can-
an egg, I'm not starving.
I'm involved in that. People were just
Yeah,
like.
yeah, we can
And we
scoot
should
to a
scoot.
They
conference
had
room.
that, he made him feel the same way.
You want these papers?
Yes.
Wow, that's really good to
Leave
hear.
everything, yeah.
Oh, leave everything? Okay.
Yeah. Can you read it, Jim?
Because our notes are public data.
Now, I appreciate this.
Yes.